Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. I want to go ahead and call this meeting to order for the regular scheduled Apex Town Council meeting for Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. And I would like to welcome those who would join us by live stream. Before we move on with the business of the town, I want to take this moment to pay honor and show love to two amazing community members whose lives were taken in a tragedy on January 15th in our town. It's in these times that there's so many emotions, there's so many questions, and then there's a response of what can we do? What do you say? And I'm not sure if we know exactly what to say, but I know what we can do together, and that showed them love and support in unity. And that's what we'll be doing tonight. So what I want to do at this time is take the opportunity to recognize Miss Nancy Taylor and Miss Gabrielle Raymond and give a moment of silence to them and to show love and support to their families. So at this time, we will recognize and show love and honor to Miss Nancy Taylor. At this time, we will show love and honor to Miss Gabrielle Raymond. If you would, please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. As a symbol of healing and love and support, as most of you know, we have illuminated the water tower, the 100th Street Water Tower purple, to show a symbolic moment of healing and again, love and unity. What I would like to do at this time is ask Mr. Larry Eckhart to come up from Jordan Lutheran Church. He's also a chaplain with our First Responders Chaplaincy Program to offer a prayer of invocation.
Mayor Gilbert, Town Council, fellow citizens, this is personal. This is personal first and foremost for the Taylor and Raymond families recovering from an unspeakable tragedy. This is personal for all of us because it's our community, our town, our neighbors. This is personal for our police department and first responders because it's our police department and our first responders who made the call. Our officers who had to face that moment, whether they had to make the decision whether they were going to have to use lethal force or not. Thank God they did not. Thank God also that those officers were there to arrest that man. Thank God that it was done without any other loss of life. Nevertheless, this is personal, and because it's personal, the effect lingers, including for our officers and first responders. It's personal for you, Mayor Gilbert, and for you, members of the Town Council, because this is your town. Your friends, your neighbors. And the business of the town, first of all, is about people. People. Somehow the usual business, and I've been here several times, the usual business of a town council doesn't seem quite as important as the overall goal that we all have, that we all stand for, of safe town, safe schools, safe neighborhoods, safe just talking to your neighbor in the yard. Yet as we pause and grieve, the business goes on, and so we pray. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in time of trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth be moved and the mountains be cast into the sea. O Most High Lord, on this night, when we gather for the business of our town, we begin not with business, but with prayer. We begin by calling on you to give comfort and courage and eventual healing to the Raymond and Taylor families as they deal with loss and grief and the dull drug of sadness. We ask you that you be with the officers who dealt so well with this event, and we thank them for being there in those uncertain moments when they didn't know what they would have to do to protect other lives. And as our police and fire personnel and other first responders go about their given duties tonight, tomorrow, and the next day, be with them on the job. Protect them on the job, Lord, and enable them to lie down and sleep at night. And as the business of this meeting proceeds tonight, we ask your blessing, and that we all might remember in humility that there is a higher authority than citizen or town council. And I pray that each person here tonight might lie down and sleep in peace, knowing that you alone, O Lord, make us dwell in safety, and it is in your holy name that we pray. And God's people said, Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Eckhart. I do want to inform the community that there will be a candlelight vigil scheduled for Monday, January 29th at 5:15 p.m. Captain Christy Wenzel is the point of contact for the Apex Police Department. So we would like to share our support for the families at that time.
Location?
The location would be here at Town Hall in the courtyard. So thank you. All right, if you're able, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll move now to our consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Zickerman, second Gant. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. We move now to presentations. We will start with presentation 1, fiscal year 2023 audit annual comprehensive financial report, presented tonight by our finance director, Antoine Morrison.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm so happy to stand before you again. This will be my third audit in a year, but this is one that I can mark out of the books. We are here to present the FY23 audit results. We have our audit firm, Cherry Beckett. We have the director, April Adams, that's going to be making the presentation, and she also brought along our audit manager, Courtney Jackson, who was in the audience. And then after her presentation, I'll come up and give you some of the results.
Well, good evening. I am excited to be here to give the audit results. So really there's no motion or act to date, just to receive the information. What I would like to cover with you tonight is there's a bunch of required communications that the audit standards require us to communicate to you as the Board of Governance. So I'll cover those. I'll also just talk briefly about the audit process and the results of the audit itself. And then Antoine's going to come up and talk about financial performance things and summaries and other items of what we have to share. So this is the cover of the annual comprehensive financial report. Just so you can recognize it and know that that's what it is. All right, so the results of the audit. We have finished our audit. We did date it January 8th, 2024. We did issue an unmodified opinion on those financial statements. That's otherwise known as a clean opinion. That is the highest level of assurance that we can give you as an audit firm, that your financial statements are free from material misstatement. We perform your audit under two different sets of auditing standards. One is just the generally accepted auditing standards of the United States. Any type of entity would receive an audit under those standards. And then we add on the governmental auditing standards as well. So with that, we issue another report over internal controls and financial reporting as well. And so we didn't have any issues reported in that opinion. Our audit is based on it's a risk-based audit, and so we plan and perform procedures to obtain reasonable assurance that your financial statements are free from material misstatement. So what that means is that we take a look at your financial statements and look financial statement line item by line item and figure out where is the statements most at risk at being materially misstated and focus our procedures there. We also perform what we call a single audit. This is the audit of compliance over the administration of federal and state dollars that the town administers during the year. And so with that, we also issue two opinions related to that, or reports related to that, compliance reports. One is specific to the federal compliance and the one specific to the state compliance. No findings were reported in either of those reports as well. I did list out here the two major programs that we did test on behalf of the town. What I'm telling you is that of all, there's lots of different grants, dollars, and that the town expends. These are the ones that we focused in on specifically and tested for compliance. So that's the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, also known as ARPA funds, and then the POW bill, which is the funds that are spent related to street improvements. This slide has a lot of words on it. Basically, I've lifted up the wording from the report itself, but I did want to touch on internal controls. We are required to do a lot of work related to internal controls as a part of the audit, but we do not express an opinion on those internal controls. So what we are doing is obtaining, in our judgment, what we deem to be the significant transaction cycles. We are getting all of the policies and procedures related to those transaction cycles and reviewing them, as well as doing a test of one. From there, we can decide as a part of our audit if we want to test for operating effectiveness over certain cycles. And we do that for cash disbursements and payroll. The other cycles that we're looking at are cash receipts, as well as the financial close process. And what that means is getting the information out of the financial system and into the report itself. What's the process and controls over that to ensure that it's accurate. So with that, we didn't report in any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. Those are the two types of findings that you can get related to internal controls, and we didn't report any control deficiencies. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements. This is another way of saying adjusting journal entries. So from the time that we are provided the trial balance as a part of the audit, we're on the hook of informing you of any adjustments that we deem necessary to allow your financial statements to be materially stated. As far as corrected statements, these are misstatements that would be identified and actually adjusted into that trial balance. From what we've received, we had none. So what you can take away from that is that all the policies and procedures that the town employees are required to follow are allowing the town to properly capture all the financial activity. We do have one uncorrected misstatement. That means that we didn't ask for that correction to be made within the financial statements. It is the same uncorrected misstatement that you saw last year. Last year, we reported to you that you were missing activity, and it had to do with timing of sending money into the OPEB trust. And so it was missing in last year's statements, but it's showing up in this year's statements. And so this finding and issue will go away with this next fiscal year. This slide just is, we're going to start some of the additional required communications. So these are the qualitative aspects of accounting practices. These are things that we're required to bring to your attention as a part of the audit. And so the first one would just be that, there are a significant amount of footnotes behind and included in that financial statement, behind the financial statements, and that we're required to identify to you any significant changes in accounting policies. Typically, this happens when there's a new accounting standard to be implemented. And so for the current year, the town did implement GASB 96. This is the subscription-based information technology agreements. And so these are basically where the town is licensed for software, like a leasing software. And so those have been recorded as rights to use that software, as well as a liability for the lease payments associated with that agreement. Also, so other accounting practices are we're required to be looking for related party transactions during the audit period. And we do that, obviously just looking at transactions itself, but also inquiring about those. Once they're identified, we are required to look to make sure that they're accounted for correctly. We didn't identify any issues with that. Similar as significant unusual transactions, we're required to inquire about those, whether they existed during the year, as well as looking for them during our audit procedures. We did not identify any significant unusual transactions. Had we done that, we would be required to make sure that they were properly accounted for. We are required to identify significant estimates that exist within your financial statements just because of the nature of what they are. They're estimates. They're management's best knowledge and calculation of what those amounts are at the time of the financial statement, but could play out differently in the future. The biggest estimates that the town has in their financial statements are the pension benefits for your retirees, as well as your other post-employment benefits, your OPEB for your retirees as well. And then lastly, financial statement disclosures. As I mentioned, there's a lot of footnotes within those financial statements that you have. This would be a place where we would call out if we felt like any weren't consistent, neutral, or clear. And we're not calling out any in particular. That means we feel like you could pick up the financial statements, read them, and understand all the information contained within. All right, independence. So we are your external auditors, and what that means is that we are required to maintain independence from the town, from not only the start of the audit, but all the way through. And so what we do is we do an assessment at the time we sign the engagement letter and contract with the town, but then we also keep a list of anything that we are doing that is not audit related. So we call those non-attest procedures. The only thing that we do for the town that's a non-attest procedure is draft up the data collection form. This is where the town reports to the federal government the spending of federal dollars and the results of the audit. So we draft it up, and then Antoine reviews it and takes responsibility for the work that we've done. He actually has to sign and certify it and submit it himself. So we do not believe that that impairs our independence. All right, so this is kind of a slew of other things that we are just required to identify to you if they existed. We did not have any difficulties encountered during the audit. We didn't have any disagreements with management. We did not consult any other auditors as a matter of expertise on any items. Management did sign a rep letter. This is important for you to know because our audit is only good as the information that we are able to obtain as a part of the audit. So we keep a list of things that management has represented to us, and then we list that out in the letter and have them sign that so we can rely upon that as in order to give our opinion. We are not aware that management consulted any other auditors for second opinions during the audit. We don't have any other findings or other issues that we feel that we need to report to you. Fraud and illegal acts, another important item is that our audit is not designed specifically to look for fraud and illegal acts. That would be a different kind of audit. And so it's just pointing out to you that should we have come across those during our audit procedures, we would be informing you of any fraud or illegal acts discovered, but we didn't have any, luckily, or luckily or thankfully. And then lastly, going concern. We are required under the audit standards to assess the town's ability to continue operations for a year from our report date. And so we do believe that you guys will be here next January. And then the items over here on the right-hand side, this is just pointing out to you that our opinion of the financial statements is on the basic financial statement, so the core financial statement, and then it layers out on the other information at different levels. And so the supplementary information, which is the fund financial statements that you see within that packet of information, we give an in relation to opinion. So we're saying that those statements tie up to the front, therefore we can give a level of assurance that they are materially correct as well. Required supplementary information. This is your management discussion and analysis as a part of that report, as well as the 10-year data on the retirement plans. We do not give an opinion on that, but we do check it to make sure it doesn't contradict anything that we are opining on. And then lastly, the introductory and statistical sections we don't opine on as well, but those are, we do again take a look to make sure that they are not inconsistent with what we're opining on. All right, so the Local Government Commission has created these performance indicators of concern. And so there is a form that we fill out that checks for all of these items to where it would kind of give them a heads up that there might be something that would indicate that the town is not may have some issues in operation. The only thing that was noted related to this audit and these results of the audit is that the audit was not submitted within 5 months. The state does expect that a town or any government entity can issue financial statements, audited financial statements, within 5 years from or 5 months from their fiscal year end, due to accounts, the finance department staffing, as well as also implementing an ERP system during the audit period. It's been on a bit of a delay, but I have all the confidence in the world that next year you guys will be on track because you are fully staffed in that area. This does require that you, as the Board of Governance, respond to the LGC with your plan of action to get your audit back on track. Antoine, I believe, has drafted that up, and you guys should be able to read that and sign that tonight and get that over before 60 days from today. I do like to just kind of highlight if there are new standards coming out that might change and impact your financial reporting in the future. The only one out there that I wanted to bring to your attention tonight is GASB 101 for compensated absences. This isn't something that will have to be implemented next year, but for 2025, this will involve some estimating of adding the estimated cost of sick leave of your employees that actually take the leave and result in payment. So this wouldn't be estimating what sick leave is actually used as a part of the service credits for the pension. And so we've got to kind of dissect and look at historical data to see and make a prediction of what that amount should be. So we'll be working on that over the next couple of years. And that's all I have for you. Let Antoine
Thank you.
take over.
So we will talk about some of the actual numbers now. The first thing is property tax. We are in Wake County. We have strong property tax collections. We have an assessed valuation, and this is for 2023, of $11.8 billion compared to $11.1 billion of 2022. The collections were up $5 million to $48.5 million in actually property tax collections, and we collected 99.8% of the levy. Fund balance, our favorite thing to talk about. So the first thing that you're going to notice is all the negatives in the 2023 column. And you'll recall that we have discussed the intention to utilize fund balance, we don't want to keep building up fund balance. We want to make sure that we're putting our dollars to work. And we presented that to you back in May. We also discussed that when we were going through the bond rating agency meetings, that we had a planned use of fund balance. The planned use, we had originally said it would be around 3.8 million. We hit it at 2.8, so $1 million less than what we were intending to use for the general fund. And one thing to also consider and to remember, at the end of last fiscal year, we created debt service funds. And so we have 3 individual debt service funds that will help us to accumulate funds for that purpose, for debt service and for future planning. And so when you're looking at the general fund section, it's consolidated with that debt service fund. For the year, we were able to fund a lot of projects. And so still speaking to the general fund, we transferred out $11.3 million for projects. And some of the projects were the Mason Street building, the ERP conversion project. We were able to put $1 million into the Recreation Capital Reserve Fund, and then a couple other greenways we were able to fund. And so when you're seeing that negative is actual money that we had in the savings account that we're putting to work now instead of letting it just sit there. And so that's where that's coming from. For the electric fund, it was this number is really contingent upon it fluctuates. And what was the weather like? What were the weather patterns? Because we were looking at comparison, and everything is on track from the previous year except for the actual the receipts. And so that's telling me, if we don't look into it deeper, that there's something with the weather pattern that we didn't charge as much in the electric revenue. One thing to note is that in this year, the current year 2024 budget, that with the revenue, with the electric fund, we did increase both the base charge as well as the consumption charge. And so those will be reflected in your next year's audit. And so we don't anticipate seeing the same pattern in next year because of the increased revenues that we'll be receiving. From water and sewer, they were able to increase their fund balance by $300,000. We did have a significant transfer out that's going to the debt service fund that we established, as well as some various capital projects and the ERP project that came from the water and sewer fund. And so even with those things, they were still able to increase the fund balance. But again, when you see that use of the fund balance, it's because we're looking to put tax dollars to work and not just have them sitting around idly. So general fund. We have a policy that we want to maintain 25% of unassigned fund balance. And so that's 25% of the subsequent year's adopted budgeted expenditures. So 25% of whatever that calculation is for the budgeted expenditures for 2024. And so per the policy, that would have been $23.8 million. We ended last year, the 2024, it would be the 23.8 million. We ended last year, the FY23 unassigned fund balance at 30.2%. So we're above policy, or $28.8 million. And so we are above that. Number is inaccurate. We did not update that number, so please accept my apologies for that. We had to recalculate our restricted by state statute calculation. So we are above the FY23 policy limit by $4.9 million. And so that's how we compare it to where our policy is. And that's because we decided to draw down on fund balance. For the FY23 fiscal year, we brought forward $3.2 million of open encumbrances for the general fund. We appropriated in the current year's budget, in the adopted budget, we appropriated $4.7 million of fund balance. And we have amended that appropriation to increase it by 1.4 to date. Next is our debt position. In 2023, we did not issue any new debt. To close out the year, we had an outstanding debt balance of $127 million. The debt applicable to that limit, we would have to include at the end of 2023, our outstanding authorizations. We had 2 open authorizations, one from 15 for $7 million and one from 2021 for $42 million, both were for street improvements. And so once we consider those as well as the outstanding debt that's applicable to our limit, it's $153.5 million. On the right side of the screen, we're in compliance with our policy. Our policy for the percent of debt to valuation, we can go up to 2.5%, and you'll see the percentage and what that equates to in our numbers. We are at 1.3, so well within policy. State statute says that we can go up to 8%. Our legal debt margin, so the calculation of the state statute, subtracting out our amount that's applicable to the limitation gives us $790 million. So legally, we can issue $790 million, but for policy, we can issue up to, according to this, $294 million. We have a town policy for debt service expenditures to total general fund expenditures of 12%. We were at 9.3, so within policy here also. Excuse me. So debt issuance for the subsequent years. So we're in 24. There's activity that's happened to date. And so in this fiscal year, we've had 3 different issues. The GO bonds, general obligation bonds for the street improvement projects. We've issued 2/3 bonds for the Mason Street building, as well as the IPA or installment financing contract IFC for some rolling stock vehicles and equipment. You'll see that we have strong strong activity with those. We have strong interest rates. While the interest rates are steadily rising, we were able to still secure very low interest of 4.2 with the GO bonds, 4.1 with the 2/3, and 3.9 with the installment contract. One correction to be made here, the outstanding obligation for 2015 was 7.0, not 7.5 million. And so the 2015 authorization now is completely closed out, and we only have the 2021 authorization that remains open. One thing also to note is that we were able to, because of our credit, and we have strong credit, being a AAA organization, AAA rated organization, we were able to secure bond premium. So they gave us more for the bonds because we were that attractive of an investment. And so for the GO bonds, we secured $1.4 million of bond premium. And for the 2/3, it was 89,000 of bond premium. Plan issue, you recall we discussed this at the October work session. So plan issuance within the next 12 months or before the next audit, we anticipate looking at the Pleasant Park Phase 2, Town Hall renovations, and we are going to continue our discussions on the Big Branch project, Branch 2 pump station in Forest Main. Timelines are still to be determined, as well as debt issuance types and amounts. We are still working on that information. So key takeaways, it's good to be in Wake County. We have strong property tax collections. We are continuing to see strong sales tax collections. We are monitoring the sales tax as the economy continues to get better and they continue to get the inflation under control. We look for those numbers to adjust. We don't foresee a significant adjustment, but we have to consider right now we have the base growth that we're seeing in the tax base. And so that's continuing to go, that we don't expect that to change. But we have to also consider that when you're thinking of sales tax, we're paying on those inflationary dollars. So the inflation was high, and so we were paying based on that inflation, and so the sales tax was up because of that. And so as that continues to right size, we don't know where we're going to be at on that. And so we were looking for some kind of adjustment. We don't think it's going to be a significant decrease there, but it will adjust itself. We have strong reserves, very, very strong reserves. We have an excellent credit rating, the top-notch credit rating. We were reaffirmed in September before we went to the market by both Moody's and S&P. We have strong unrestricted cash. If we need to get the cash, we have cash available. And one thing we also mentioned is that we have a strong investment plan. And so in looking at 22 compared to 23 for the investment earnings, now this is also a factor of the interest rates going up. So in 22, we collected $70,000 in interest earnings compared to 2023, where we collected $4.8 million of interest earnings. And that's based on the market as well as based on some of our internal investment strategies that we're using for our idle cash. So we look to apply for our certificate of achievement. That's one of the things on our list. A special thanks to the finance department for all of their hard work to getting us to this point, and the other members of staff who helped us to get here, because we can't do it alone. Thank you to the communications department for the wonderful covering that you guys saw that kind of solidifies this 150th year. And with that, I will turn it over to you for any questions for either April or myself.
I got a couple. Starting with the requirement to issue the report 5 months after close of the fiscal year. We didn't make that cutoff. Are there any consequences, any penalties, or any fines associated with that delay?
They're not. Because we didn't submit, like she said, we'll have to submit that letter explaining why. It's one of those things that's understandable because of staffing and because of some of the other timing delays. One thing that we are looking forward to is getting back on track. We want to submit our audit on time. It's statutorily due October 31st. And then you have a 30-day window to also get it in there before December the 1st, before it's actually considered late. And so we look to beat that next year, this upcoming year.
Okay, thank you. And then going to our debt positions, if you can bring up that slide again for me, please. Actually, go back one more slide to the fund balance, please. So our town policy is 25%. What is the legal requirement on fund balance?
There's no legal requirement. There's a recommendation that they have of 8%,
8%.
but there is no legal requirement.
So just want to call out that we are very conservative in our own policies.
There is, the LGC has the financial performance indicator is one of the things that they're looking for, is 25% for towns. So it matches what they're looking for, but it's not a statutory requirement. It's just something that they're looking for towns to all have that same unassigned fund balance.
Okay, and then regarding the debt position, there seems to be a little bit of a discrepancy between our town policy of 2.5% of valuation and our town policy of what we want our debt service ratio to be. Like according to these numbers, we can almost double, our debt, to get from 1.3 to 2.5. Yet that's never going to fit into our debt service policy of 12%. So which is the better number to look at in terms of, so clearly the 12% is our constraint. What would it do to us if we were to loosen that constraint a little bit? Or do we need to adjust the 2.5% down because it's, clearly more than we want to afford at this point?
That's a great question, and that's one that I would probably like to discuss with our financial advisors to get their recommendation. Because they are working with not only our government, but they're working with other governments across the state. And I think they would be able to better provide us direction on which one we need to focus on, and would it be appropriate for us to look at adjusting either one of those.
But they're different, right? I mean, the debt service is based on taxes. The debt valuation is based on the assessed value overall, right?
The debt service is based on actual
pay.
expenditures that happen.
Yeah. So it can change depending on how much the tax rate is that we set. But the debt service is based on the valuation, which presumably will go up next year.
I think it's the other way around, right?
We'll be at an even lower percentage next year.
So exactly. So like our town policy of 2.5 seems very relaxed relative to our tolerance of actually making the payments, right? So if we are restricting ourselves to 12%, right now, right? What does that translate to in terms of the percentage of debt to valuation once you kind of factor that in?
I was just telling Antoine, the payments for the debt aren't always straight line. So sometimes, especially on geodebt, sometimes they figure out, the financial planners figure out a way to structure those debt service payments to sometimes can be higher or lower based on when they're.
Does the LGC have any key performance indicators on those two levels? I don't want to put you on the spot here, but we talked about a little bit earlier. I was wondering if there's some guidance there, because I know that Antoine, we talked earlier about this exact issue, and the thought at the time was exploring that perhaps it was the debt service ratio that was too aggressive compared to other stuff, and perhaps that could be bumped. But I was wondering if there's any guidance. It's okay if you don't. I know it's kind of.
Well, I mean, I know they're definitely looking for the 8% for the legal margin, but the commission actually has to approve all of your debt issuances as well. So there's no telling how many different things they're looking for before they make that approval as well.
But I guess my point being, like, we have absolutely zero interest in bumping our debt levels up to 8% of valuation, right? It's like that's a leap that, is unrealistic. We're constraining ourselves by setting a debt service ratio currently at 12%, right? But we still have this town policy of 2.5% that doesn't match that. So if you were to assume 12% as our debt service ratio, right? what would that percentage of debt to valuation be if you go in for the full 12%? I kind of want to understand where our boundaries are as far as that is concerned.
Okay. Any other questions for Antoine? Or
Yeah, I had one for about the single audit. Does the town pick out those areas to study, or do you, or is it kind of a mix of the two?
The major programs,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
grants we're going to look at. There is a prescribed methodology to determine which ones they should be. There is some judgment in that, depending on like a county, for example, has many more grants, so there's a little more leeway in judgment to select. It's pretty prescribed when you look at the makeup of the town's grants.
Do you guys ever advise, maybe there's no option to do this, to pick different things each year to make sure something's getting a closer look, at least over the course of 3 or 4 years?
They want you to at least get the programs on a 3-year rotation if they're over a certain threshold.
Okay.
And then they also want you to achieve a certain level of coverage as well. And so that goes both for the state and the federal.
And we've been doing that because you've been the person for a while, right? We've
Yeah.
been doing that.
This is the 3rd year, so we'll have basically covered all of the grants that the town's had.
Okay,
Significant grants.
great.
All right. Anything else for April or Antoine? All right. Thank you all so much for everything. All right. Good job. All right. Moving now to presentation 2, Proclamation Human Trafficking Prevention Month 2024. And tonight we have with us representatives from SHIELD NC, Nikki, Jolie, Kara, Jenny, and Allison. So we're going to read you can stay seated for now. We'll call you up in just a second once we finish reading it, but we're going to read in unity as we normally do. So kicking us off tonight will be Councilmember Mahaffey with the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a proclamation for Human Trafficking Prevention Month 2024. Whereas human trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of forced labor or sexual servitude, and
Whereas human trafficking is an international crisis that impacts people across the United States, including North Carolina, and
whereas according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, the number of persons prosecuted for human trafficking more than doubled from 2011 to 2021, and
Whereas, while human trafficking has been documented to affect individuals of all genders and socioeconomic statuses, women, girls, and economically disadvantaged individuals are more likely to be trafficked. And
whereas the town of Apex stands resolute in its commitment to supporting the organizations and programs that help fill critical gaps in the prevention of human trafficking and the supporting of its survivors.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2024 Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the town of Apex and encourage all residents to support measures that seek to eliminate the blight of human trafficking from our society. Signed the 23rd day of January 2024. So if you would, please join me for the presentation. If I can have my colleagues to come down as well for a picture. Here we go.
So as he said, January is a National Human Trafficking Awareness Month. So I'm going to take the next 90 seconds or so and tell you guys about human trafficking and let you know that it is happening in North Carolina, it is happening in the Triangle, and it is happening here in Apex. Now, human trafficking is not human smuggling, though a lot of reporters and even politicians conflate the two. Human smuggling is a crime against a country or nation. Human trafficking is a crime against the individual who's been exploited. I also want to let you guys know that human trafficking is not abduction. And in about 3 to 5% of the cases, trafficking victims are abducted. However, if you're looking for the abduction, you're going to miss 95 to 97% of the cases. So what is human trafficking? Well, at Shield, North Carolina, we firmly believe that it's going to take all of us to combat this plight. So what we ask you to do, what we ask everyone to do, is learn about human trafficking. We make it real easy. We every month we provide a training. It's an hour and it's virtual. You can do it in your pajamas, so there's no excuse. We make it easy. So I left some of these out on the podium out back as you walk out the doors on the left. And if you want to grab one of these, you'll find out how to sign up for the training. And I also want to thank the Town Council and Mayor Gilbert for always supporting us in our effort to shield our community, Apex, against human trafficking. Thank you.
All right, that closes our presentations. We move now to setting the regular meeting agenda. Is there a motion to set the meeting agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Mahaffey, second. Killingsworth, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We move now to public forum. This is opportunity for any members of the community to address the town council. You have 3 minutes to do so unless you're speaking for a group of 4 or more people, you get 9. Tonight, I believe we have quite a few people to speak, and what I would ask that you do is really watch your time. There's a series of lights that you will need to follow. Green is go, yellow you have 30 seconds, and then you need to be wrapping up your comments, and at the red light, I will have to politely stop you so we can move to the next speaker. We just want to be respectful for everyone who has a presentation tonight. We want to hear from you. We may be looking down, taking notes, but we are paying attention, and we want to really understand your concerns. You can give accolades also, so we appreciate that. But tonight, again, just be respectful of the time that you're presented. So with that, we'll move into the roster, and we have Larry Gutsky as the first presenter.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Larry Gutsky. I'm a retired faculty member of the College of Forestry at North Carolina State University with expertise in social science research and economic development. My wife, Nancy, and I have resided at 110 Hunter Street in Apex since 1989. Located in our small front yard is what some town employees refer to as that tree. It has also been affectionately named Okie. The tree is a majestic willow oak that is approximately 100 years old. It is 104 feet tall and 192 inches in circumference. It shades and protects our 87-year-old Sears bungalow and adds beauty to Hunter Street, the historic district, and the community. I'm before you this evening to state my opposition to any activity that would adversely impact Okie. I also would like to remind all of us, including the audience, about the importance of trees, which we often take for granted. In a folder we have given each council member is a handout that summarizes key contemporary information about the value of trees. I encourage each member to review that information. To help, I'm going to summarize a few major points that some of you may not be aware. Trees help control temperature and can reduce home cooling as much as 50%. certainly valuable during our hot summers and, of course, given climate change. Trees increase the value of homes and the associated tax revenues. They absorb carbon dioxide and contribute to clean air. They absorb impervious surface runoff, control erosion, and reduce flooding. Trees add to a sense of community and community pride. They contribute to good health and well-being. They often contribute, believe it or not, to reducing crime. And they contribute to enhancing business opportunities. Willow oaks like Oakey tolerate pollution, drought, and are trouble-free. Older trees like Oakey store more carbon than younger trees. Many of these benefits that I have just stated to you are in the 2018 Apex Tree Stormwater Study referred to in your handout. The study has helped the town to do an excellent job in planning for growth, planting trees, and many other things. However, it is unclear what the status of two of the recommendations in the study were made. What about a heritage witness tree program? Will it be created? And secondly, what about a comprehensive forestry management plan? Where can I find that? And it would help if it was more clearly communicated to the citizens, to all of you, and to everyone in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nancy Gusky.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council members, Apex residents. My name is Nancy Gusky. As Larry said, we've lived in at 110 Hunter Street, which some of you might know as the Luther House. It's been there for a long time, but we've been there since '89. I'm a retired history faculty at NC State. Larry and I have been members of the Apex Historical Society since we arrived in Apex, and our house has been on the Apex Society's home tour. I'm the past chair of the Apex Appearance Commission. We bought the Luther House in part because of the historic charm of the area, the proximity to downtown, and because of the beautiful tree named Oakey by our mayor, which is, quote, a character-defining element of the Apex National Register Historic District, unquote. We do not want to lose Oakey, which the proposed 8-foot sidewalk plan would necessitate. Oakey was saved prior to 2004 when a sidewalk was first proposed. It was going to go on the north side of Hunter Street. I went to a town council meeting asking what would happen to the tree, and it was decided that the sidewalk would instead go on the south side of Hunter Street, which it did, so we already have sidewalk access. In addition, Oakey has survived the 2011 street widening, but it may not survive this round. It did receive the annual tree award in 2004, and the North Carolina Forest Service has deemed it second place champion status for the state and first place status as a nominee in Wake County, and that information is in your folder. Oakey has been determined to currently be a healthy tree, both by the Apex Powerline forester Philip Barnes and John Gallant of Apex Tree Service. Both agree, however, that any disturbance to Oakey could seriously put the survival of the tree at risk. There are aesthetic and environmental reasons to save this mature specimen tree that contributes to the small town charm of Apex. Saving Oakey would show how forward-thinking Apex is in preserving its heritage, as well as long-range planning in terms of impervious surface management. The best option for saving Oakey would be no sidewalk, since one already exists on the south side of Hunter Street, and thus there would be no disturbance to the tree at all. A possible alternative would be to put the sidewalk and possibly a bike lane in the street by eliminating part of the turn lane. This could possibly have the additional benefit of reducing the speed on Hunter Street, making it safer. There is in your folder a photograph of an oak tree that was supposedly was going to be saved at the Cary Town Center, and but wasn't, even despite everything that they tried. So we ask that you please don't put Oakey at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gusky. Kat Kearns.
Good evening, Town Council, and to our supporters out there. Thank you, citizens, for coming in to support Oki and my neighbors at Hunter Street. I've lived in Apex since the late 80s. It's over half of my life. The Apex quaint, historic downtown is what drew me to make my home in Apex when I was only 26 years old. I dreamed of living in downtown Apex for over 30 years. My husband and I finally built our forever home on the last lot in the historic downtown business district on Hunter Street. All of those homes had the beautiful curb appeal with the picket fences, mature landscaping, and gracious front porches that make the first 2 blocks a beautiful extension of Apex's downtown historic district. I am fortunate and feel very lucky to live where I do. As a real estate agent since 1997, I've sold countless homes in Apex, and what most attracts buyers is our lovely and quaint downtown area. Few newcomers to the area say anything differently if you ask them. And strategically, I would meet them in the crown jewel, our downtown, to talk with them about moving to Apex, and usually they did. I and my neighbors along the north side on Hunter Street will have so much to lose if a sidewalk is installed in front of our homes. The beautiful turn-of-the-century feel that belongs to those historic homes, the ones that you see in your folder, and the blue lines is where the potential sidewalk could be, right at our front door. This will also reduce our driveway and the potential parking for at our homes, our precious front yards, lowering the impervious for our lots, and drastically decreasing the distance from our homes to foot traffic. When I built my home, we had the normal building requirements, but we also had the ones included in the historic downtown business district and also the small town character overlay requirements. With the front and the side setbacks, if a sidewalk is installed, I will no longer be in compliance. My builder left me enough room for impervious to build an outdoor kitchen, which I'm sure would get denied when I have that higher impervious. The lot we own behind our home, we planted 12 to 15 small trees. Those could be taken down right along the edge of our street on Pate Street, right behind our house. In all, the sidewalk will adversely affect all of our homes' curb appeal, our values, reduce our markability whenever the time comes for that. I ask that you be good stewards of our town's funds and look for less costly means than buying our front yards, relocating utilities, and installing a sidewalk. There is one already across the street. I appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Judy Ives.
Good evening, Town Council and Mr. Mayor. After I spoke at the last Town Council meeting, I met with Mayor Gilbert. I told him that I wish that public forum could be a two-way dialogue, and he assured me that anyone who speaks at public forum gets contacted by someone on the Town Council. As of yet, I have not been contacted. When I negotiated with the Conservation Fund for the sale of the farm that is now Pleasant Park, I was told it would be a park with sports fields in the back bordering the highways and probably a nature park with trails toward the front. Instead, I watched as all the trees were cut down. I endured years of noise and ground trembling caused by the construction of a 92-acre sports complex and wished every day for it to be over. Then one day it was. Now every morning, at a time when I once enjoyed my morning coffee outside before the construction workers started, I hear the incessant pinging of pickleballs. Where I once felt safe, I now have to wonder who's squealing tires in the park late at night. I hear yelling on the basketball courts and horns blowing and children screaming. And then there are the times when the constant stream of cars going into the park in the afternoon tells me that later I'll have a constant stream of headlights shining on my house when they leave. I'm here to ask for your help. Putting up noise and light barriers both in the park and on my property. Mayor Gilbert and I discussed an 8-foot brick wall along the front of my property, although I laughed when he asked me how long it would need to be. I meant no disrespect, Mr. Mayor, but as I showed you that day, my experience with the town of Apex has been more about them laughing in my face. Like when I needed to move my driveway down past the park entrance to avoid turning left out of my driveway into traffic entering the park. They would not pay to put a driveway to alleviate the problem. I have provided each of you a drawing showing what Apex was willing to do, which would have been to move my driveway such that it lined up directly with the entrance of the park. I've considered moving my house back away from the park entrance, but it would be very expensive and disruptive, and it would kill a lot of trees. I don't need to repeat to you my feelings about my land and my house and how I was instrumental in Apex being able to get the land for the park, but I would like to know what the town is willing to do about the unbearable impact this park has had on my well-being. Will you once again offer me pennies on the dollar, or will you reach out to me to try and work out an acceptable solution? Maybe that solution is not moving my house or building a brick wall, but I need to know you are hearing me. I hope that after this meeting, one of you will reach out to me. If not, I'll see you at the next meeting.
Ms. Ives, could you please state your address for the record, please?
3413 Pleasant Plains Road.
Thanks for coming to speak tonight. Thank you so much. Elizabeth Stitt.
And yes, for the record, I did not get home to get my blue jeans on, so apologies. Elizabeth Raystead, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor and Town Council, good evening. As you know, my neighbors and I have been working to move the Big Branch Force Main from the north side of US 1 to the south side. I will be meeting with Mike and Steve on Friday to do a deep dive, but I wanted to give you a preview of what we have been able to put together. For those of the people in the audience who aren't familiar, in simple terms, the forest main needs a 30-foot strip of land where you have a 10-foot buffer, then 5 feet for pipe number 1, 5 feet for pipe number 2, and then another 10-foot buffer to complete the 30 feet. If you ask Duke Energy to provide all 30 feet, the answer is no. If you ask DOT for all 30 feet, the answer is no. And if you ask us property owners for all 30 feet, our answer is no. However, by asking each of us for a portion, there is a path to a yes. Duke Energy does allow certain uses along the transmission line. These allowable uses are going to be emailed to you. We were able to determine that if the town were to submit a formal request for 10 feet, effectively creating an overlapping easement into the transmission line for the force main's first 10-foot buffer, with no continuous infrastructure in the ground, it would meet both the letter and the spirit of their policy. For the remaining 20 feet, it was determined that DOT and their plans to add additional lanes could provide only 10 feet on the south side. It did not have the 20 feet to give due to the center line of US 1 being fixed by the center piers of 2 bridges. But on January 15th, DOT funded $10 million to replace and widen the New Hill-Holloman Bridge over US 1, providing the engineering opportunity to shift the center line of US 1 10 feet to the north to complete the needed 20 feet for the force main. The second bridge, Friendship Road Bridge, will inevitably be replaced when DOT adds lanes because there is no room under the bridge for any additional lanes. This shifting of US 1 will require property owners on the north side to probably provide at least 10 feet to make DOT whole. But losing land to DOT is preferable. DOT can build a noise wall for us, and we don't have to live with the ongoing annoyance and odor of a force main on our property. For Apex, the force main is constructed in a permanent place, free from the risk of being moved due to any additional lanes being built on the north side. And you don't have to lower our quality of life, and you don't have to spend Apex hard-earned tax dollars to condemn our property with eminent domain. It is a win-win opportunity, and we ask for you to support the staff in considering the options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. Fadi Rojas.
My name is Fadi Rahal. Mr. Mayor, all my respect. Council members, all my respect. I'm a resident of 3000 Old US 1, also the owner of 0 Hensley Road, as well as 3012, 3016, 3024, and 3032 Old US 1. I'm here to request 3 things, very specific, very direct. Being a resident of New Hill, we have no voices here. Congratulations, Apex, you're growing. We love it. We're growing with you as well, but it's gonna come at an expense to you. And you're gonna have to choose how do you do this, and doing the right thing might be the easier route. So the first thing I'm gonna ask for, I would like for a new seat at the planning board for a resident of New Hill. A new seat. Let's open it up. Whoever's eligible, let them run for it, let them be there. So they have a voice when it comes to planning to what's happening in New Hill. The second, I would like you to hire an independent auditor, not a financial auditor, an independent auditor, to go out and audit the proposed amendments, specifically around the New Hill area. Because as we've discovered, there is amendments active since 2016, and no one knew about it. No one shared it with us. It was a surprise that we found out only a few weeks ago that that amendment, oh, it's almost going to be approved. It's a matter of signature. That is not the right thing to do. And excuse is, well, when I took my board meeting, my board seat, it was already active. Well, that's great that you found out. You should have spoke out. That's the wrong thing to do. Tell us that it's active. Tell us that it's active. And by the way, I'm talking about the Beaver Creek, and we'll talk about that a little bit coming up. So get an independent auditor, because I guarantee you, you're gonna find out there's other proposed amendment actives and no one knows about it. I'm willing to bet my job, as a matter of fact. By profession, I am an investigator, and I can prove that to you. I will put my career on the line that you have active projects, active amendments, no one knows about it. Shame on us. Shame on us if that's the case. We, the citizen, need to know what you're working on, especially if it's going to affect us. Once you do that audit, please update your map land. Make it current. Don't surprise us. Okay, when I moved, by the way, I was a resident of Apex for 4 years, and I moved 2 miles down the road to be in New Hill. And I made it based on that map. Hey, this is what's going to happen. This is great. I want to move here and be part of this community. But those surprises, they're not good to anyone. So please, find a way to get us a new seat at the planning board. Hire an independent auditor, not financial one. Assessment. And let's update the map. It's coming up due soon, in a few months. Let's make it current so we know exactly what active projects you have. Thank you.
Ms. Rado. Thank you. Dean Krupa.
Good evening, Dean Krupa, 2001 Simcoe Court. I have a reading for you tonight. It's called Let's Stand for Trees. When will we stand for trees like they stand for us? They offer so many gifts that cannot fit into any one list. I won't be redundant since the fine gentleman spoke about many of them earlier. I will speak to some of the spiritual benefits, though. Trees provide a silent wisdom that only those who love trees can understand. They are so quiet, yet they speak volumes to those who listen. They hold up a mirror to humans who rush around being consumers, always so busy, yet lacking a true sense of purpose. Trees know not of this, only to stand, and they stand for us. What do you see when you look at a tree? They seem to be everywhere and yet often ignored. When I see a tree, I see a wise, silent warrior, a being that has survived many storms, including those from Mother Nature and those from human nature. For the trees that have been around a while, they have seen a great many things. With their awesome palette of varieties and colors, they don't cower from diversity, they embrace it. I recommend anyone to spend time with trees. They provide a quiet peacefulness that can cure many woes. Trees are more than shaded areas on maps. They deserve a lot more consideration and protection than we can offer. Why do we allow them to be wiped out so easily by slick developers armed with their fancy PowerPoints and topo maps? I suppose when your earth takes 3 inches on a rezoning application, that can easily happen. Those who love nature and the outdoors understand their plight. In a world of capitalism run amok, trees and all their peers in the natural world have become collateral damage. Trees don't need to order anything from Amazon, post to Facebook, or stream the latest show on Netflix. They don't participate in human conflicts and don't need to pollute the earth with carbon dioxide, disposable packaging, industrial waste, or cigarette butts. Trees give life in so many ways, physical and spiritual. How is it that we have become their judge, jury, and executioner? We get to decide their fate, and it's just not fair. We are the world's worst landlords. Just ask a tree. We take them for granted and disgrace their existence through our political and capitalistic ways. We show them no mercy with cold blades and demolition machines, all to replace them with human constructs such as a planned unit development or a sidewalk. I'll end there, but their consideration is worth more than a 3-minute speech we'll ever hope to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krupa. Thank you, sir. Andre Powell. Andre Powell. Okay, that ends the public forum for speakers tonight. Thank you again for coming out to present information and things to consider. All right, we'll move now to public hearings. We have public hearing number 1, fiscal year 2024-2025 annual operating budget. This is the first public hearing presented tonight by Amanda Grogan, our Budget and Performance Management Director.
Give everybody a minute to get settled. So this is our first public hearing for the FY 24-25 budget. I know you just heard about the audit, but we are in full swing for budget. As you all know, since you got your ranking exercise for our upcoming CIP workshop. So some of the different information we want to highlight is how you can participate. Our survey, our budget priority survey is live. So it'll be available to take through February 2nd. That's information, we take the information gathered in that survey and do some analysis and present that back to town council. For those of you in the audience that have not had an opportunity to take the survey, we would encourage you to do so. We also have added a section for some open comments, some open-ended comments, which was feedback that we received previously from council that you guys wanted to see. So you can offer feedback at any point in time through email, annualbudget@apexnc.org. We've already got some emails from there that we've replied to. And then also speaking up at the public hearing. So we have this one, and we also have our budget public hearing on May 21st. So the budget priority survey is open. We've actually restructured this a little bit to align with our strategic goals. So one of the things that we're asking the public for is feedback on our 5 strategic goals and kind of ranking which ones they feel like are most important to them. And then instead of kind of structuring it under our CIP elements, we've looked at taking some of those different functions that we previously had people rank under those elements and asking them to prioritize based on strategic goals. So one of the comments that we got was, it still forces me to rank, even if I say none of these are important to me. Just to be clear, when we do the analysis, that'll negate out. So you don't have to worry about it being skewed based on your response if none of those are important to you. Also, quick highlight, we have opened our nonprofit funding application. It is due February 28th of every year, regardless of leap year, regardless of what day that 28th falls on. So update your calendar if you're a nonprofit. We are estimating about $78,000 available for allocation this year, which will go to Finance Committee and then become part of the budget to allocate. And then lastly, we've got the upcoming dates. So Council CIP workshop 15th and 16th. I think we're still finalizing agenda for that Thursday. Personnel Committee, Finance Committees, and we anticipate having the draft budget to you guys and available for public inspection on April 19th. So, do you want to open the public hearing?
I can do that. Yes. Any questions for Amanda first before I open it up? All right. Hearing none.
No questions?
No questions.
Making it easy on us.
All right.
Because we're only at the beginning.
We only at the beginning. That's right. There it is. There it is. Just getting started.
7 more to go.
Yeah. All right. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. And we have one speaker signed up tonight, Elizabeth Ray Stitt.
You can go ahead and hand it out. So, you know, I'm a data geek, and I have read the budget back and forth the last couple years, back and forth. But given the conversation that I had a week or 2 ago and over the last 6 months about the town's desire to take part in my property through condemnation, it made me wonder, how much money does the town actually pay for legal fees to condemn people's properties? And so I couldn't find it in the budget because there's not actually a line item for it in the budget. What happens is, as it's been explained to me, the legal fees are rolled up into the overall project. So no one in the community really knows how much money you're paying to condemn property. We also don't know how much money you are paying to buy the people's property. I'm still digging through some of the beginning and ends of the cases, but this kind of information is important. This is Apex citizens' tax dollars, and so we're just asking to have a little more transparency, because if you are going to condemn someone's property, you voted for it, you know, it should not be something that's hidden. And those of us who've been threatened with it, and you know, wherein I've talked to people who have had their properties taken, is a pretty heavy thing. You try to talk to people around you and they're like, well, what do you mean? Apex doesn't do that. And it's kind of like, well, yes. I mean, sometimes with development, things happen. Sometimes things don't go right. Like the first project there, the White Oak Pump Station. Everybody knows Beverly Rubin, who lives out in on the Olive Chapel Road out in the Friendship New Hill area. We know all about it. I mean, if you look at the total, I'm sure you guys haven't seen the total, so I'm not going to put that out there. But I want you to stop and consider, you know, is it worth this kind of money? Maybe you offer money up front, more so than forcing people to go to court. And have you looked at how much you offer initially and then how much they actually get after having to go through a trial? So I just ask for the budget to have some more transparency on the decisions that you're making, because I will be talking to my community and my neighbors, and I simply don't want to have to say, yes, of course they're doing this. I think it's fair for you guys to own the activities that you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stitt. All right, public hearing is closed. At this time, there's no action. The next public hearing is scheduled for May 21st. And with the proposed adoption, scheduled adoption at June 11, 2024. All right, thanks, Amanda, for everything. All right, we'll move now to public hearing 2, 2045 Land Use Map Amendment, Little Beaver Creek Conservation Easement. Presented tonight by Shannon Cox, Long Range Planning Manager.
Good evening. The proposed amendments to the 2045 land use map this evening are in the vicinity of the Little Beaver Creek Conservation Easement. That is this area shown in dark green and labeled as protected open space on our land use map between Hume Olive Road and Old US 1 Highway. The proposed amendments are to revise the designation of this area outlined in black, which is 2.05 acres from protected open space to medium density residential, consistent with surrounding areas. And to revise this area outlined in black, which is 7.9 acres from medium density residential to protected open space. These changes are associated with an anticipated transfer of property to the conservation easement and a subsequent release of property from the conservation easement that would allow in the future for the Richardson Road corridor to be constructed according to the town's plan. There were questions, and you've heard some of them, about how we got to this point. So I did include a summary of the timeline in the updated presentation. It is long. In 2001, Richardson Road was shown on the town's adopted plan as a thoroughfare in this location between Hume Olive and Old US 1. In 2002, the property owner at the time dedicated the Little Beaver Creek Conservation Easement, and the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, or NCDEQ, accepted that. In 2016, the town began to talk with DEQ about this conflict. We cannot build a road through a property that has conservation easement status. We received initial guidance that we should look at possible alignment revisions to minimize the impacts to the conservation easement, and did that as staff. There was a public hearing for those alignment revisions in 2016. We brought that information to the Interagency Review Team, or IRT, that the DEQ provides a liaison to us for. It's their decision about the release. And we received guidance that that analysis was not sufficient. So in 2017, we hired an engineering firm, VHB, to complete an alternatives analysis that included surveying the conservation easement. They analyzed 4 different alternatives for the alignment of the future Richardson Road corridor. One completely avoided the conservation easement. One used an existing easement within the conservation easement for the corridor. And then 2 were more closely aligned with our plan, but attempted to minimize impacts. The preferred alignment by the town and one of the recommended alignments by the engineer closely matched our adopted plan. In 2018, under the guidance of the IRT at that time, the property owner requested, sorry, I skipped a step. We had a rezoning case at that time by the property owner. They refined the alignment north of the conservation easement and identified some areas of property that they could dedicate to the conservation easement as mitigation. And then they subsequently made the request from the IRT for the release of the land needed for the corridor. Not specifically related to this process, but I did want to note, because there were questions about public, opportunities to see the town's plan and to see the Richardson Road alignment. And we were going through the Advanced Apex Transportation Plan update in 2018 to 2019. The alignments of Richardson Road were shown consistent with this process. When the property owner requested the release of the land from the conservation easement, the IRT indicated that the town needed to go back and prepare a 401 water quality certification permit request. We did that in 2019 and again made a request from the IRT related to the release of land from the conservation easement. At that time, the Army Corps of Engineers agreed that the proposed alignment was the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative, or LEDPA. But they did not agree with the mitigation that the town proposed for the release of land. Staff brought the updated information to the town council at that time in a work session in 2020 on January 7th, providing the history I just shared with you, as well as the input from the IRT and seeking direction on next steps. We were advised to adjust the mitigation package and go back to the IRT. There was a proposed rezoning at that time that identified land that they could potentially contribute to the conservation easement. That's the 7 acres. We went back to the IRT with the same alignment, the additional land, and additional mitigation fees. And in 2020, they agreed with that package. Again, a note about public engagement in 2020, we were working with Campo on the Southwest Area Study. They looked at the alignment of Richardson Road and recommended an adjustment close to Old US 1, not within the conservation easement. And that was, again, brought to the public in a public hearing. The rezoning case I mentioned, the Heelan PUD 21 CZ 16, including the condition of land dedication, was brought forth in a public hearing in 2021 and approved. Since 2021, they've been going through that process of working on the transfer of property. And that is about to close within the next month or two. And that is why this land use map amendment is coming before you now. We did also, earlier this year, receive the formal letter. They didn't have that in their process at the time, from the DEQ stating the conditions of the release from the conservation easement. That's the history. Going back to the request this evening, it's for a land use map amendment. And this is reflecting the transfer of property. So the change to show the future corridor is medium density residential, and the addition of land on the western side of the conservation easement as protected open space. And I can try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Questions?
Could you just summarize the actual exchange that's happening? It was in our meeting notes, but you didn't mention it. Was we're leasing 2 acres and we're dedicating 8 acres and paying a fee, which I understand might be changing somewhere between $250,000 and $500,000. Is that right?
That's correct. So we presented a minimization approach, which would include bridging, basically, the conservation easement, limiting the footprint of the road itself. It'll be an 80-foot corridor instead of our typical 110. So that corridor shows a minimized footprint as well as construction easements needed. And then the mitigation fee, which I don't have in front of me, and we're trying to nail that down with DEQ now. We offered a certain amount, and their response recently has been that needs to increase to the current rates for mitigation fees, but we offered double of what the rates were. And then the exchange of the close to 8 acres, 7.945 acres of conservation land for the release of the 2.05.
And I appreciate the summary because I know at planning board, there was a number of questions about how did we get to this point, and was this something that was sudden, or as you've been able to explain, we're talking about years of progress that's taken place in order to get us here. But just to kind of, I guess, focus this down, we're essentially gaining more protected space with this amendment.
This amendment is truly just to reflect this change on our map so that it's transparent. The actual commitment has been through this process that I just went through.
So the approval of the Heelan PUD basically made this necessary. So we're just asking to update the map. We're not asking to, can we still do this yet or no? So what is the consequence of not approving the map update right now?
It means that our map does not reflect what's actually expected with these properties. And we do use the map, for our planning purposes, for people to be able to look at it and see what's expected in this area. Other than that, I'm not aware of any consequence of not updating the map.
Right, so the Heelan PUD is still happening, right? Because that's been approved per a previous council decision.
Yes.
The road still wants to go here, right? It still needs to go here.
Yeah, and
This is purely a map update. So I'm just trying to clarify what tonight's conversation actually stands to achieve, either approval or denial.
yes. And the Richardson Road, has been constructed to this point, and through approved construction plans will be constructed up to this point. So the alignment, approaching the north of the conservation easement is set. And the restriction of the conservation easement itself and what we've been able to work through with the IRT really sets it within that corridor. South of the conservation easement, we don't have a designed road. We have a planned alignment, but there's, still survey work, design work. And we also don't have any funded public project. We expect that it would be if and when those private properties redevelop, that part of the road would move forward.
And so kind of going back to the very beginning of the timeline here, 2001, the town basically drew the road, right? Okay, here's where we kind of anticipate this road to go. In 22, the owner of the property files for that, for that property to become a conservation easement. Was that in reaction to the plan proposed by the town at that point, or was that a completely different independent transaction?
I cannot say what it was in reaction to as far as the property owner. I don't know. But DEQ was not aware, that we had our road planned in this location as far as what they've conveyed to us when they accepted it.
I'm curious, what have mattered? Like, is part of the DEQ process when they are offered a conservation easement to look at potential projects and evaluate that as part of accepting it or not?
From what we learned in this process, I don't think that was happening at that time. We were the first to go through this process where we've identified a conflict between a municipal adopted plan and a conservation easement, but there have been more since. And that's why this process is getting a little bit more formalized. We received the letter. So I believe it's part of their process now, I hope, but it wasn't at the time.
If the goal was to make things more difficult for the town, it worked to do that easement. If that was the goal, I don't know, but I would assume it was to make things difficult to build this road.
Yeah, so I'm somewhat annoyed with where we are right now, right? Because I think, once you set a conservation easement, I think, our residents have a reasonable expectation that that land is protected land. It can't be like, okay, this is a conservation easement. This is a conservation easement until we change our minds, right? So, but, in this case, the road was painted before the easement was established, which it feels vindictive, like, but I don't, you know, like, we can't go back 20 some years and know that for sure, right? And so, again, like, just want to be clear on tonight's vote. It's really just to update the map, because all the decisions have already been made. There's, you know, this is happening no matter what. Is that a true statement?
So the letter that we received in 2024 outlines the conditions of the release of the conservation easement. Those haven't been met yet. They need to be finalized. So the town still needs to pay the mitigation fees. The property transfer needs to occur, but that does outline those conditions, which, you know, once those are finalized, that will have been met. But yes, I would say it's correct that adopting this amendment on our land use plan does not, you know, change this part of the process.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Cox? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will go ahead and open up public hearing for comments. At this time, Kurt Kuchler would be our first speaker.
Good evening. Kurt Kuchler, 2721 Silver Stirrup Lane. I had a pretty good idea of what I was going to say, but thanks to Arno, he opened up a whole new train of thought here. Very much appreciate that comment. And you will notice on that timeline that, yes, the town had thoughts that they needed a road in this area. That's still up for debate as to whether this road is even needed or not. But they've been hell-bent on seeing that this road gets put through. Again, if you go back to the timeline, yes, the conservation easement got put in place. It was put in place by Robert and Elizabeth Olive. Ms. Olive is deceased now. She has no way to comment any further about what y'all are trying to do to her intentions. A conservation easement is unconditionally and irrevocably a grant forever in perpetuity. Y'all decided that means nothing. We gotta have this road, so we're gonna do everything we can over the rest of this timeline from 2002 to today to make sure that those words mean nothing because you want a road. That stinks. And your sales tactic to the public of, well, we're only taking 2 acres, but look, we're giving 8 acres. Those 8 acres is crap land to begin with from the developer's point of view. They would never have been able to build anything on that to begin with. They're happy to give it over to you. It was probably part of the RCA when that development, the Heelan or whatever, was approved. It was probably already carved out as conservation area. So you're not giving us anything else. You already had it. So quit selling it that way.
Mr. Kuchler, can you give us your address for the record, please?
2721 Silver Stirrup Lane.
Thank you. And I remind the next speakers, please give your name and your address when you come up to speak, just for the record. Thank you. Did you capture that, Alan? Okay, all right. I thought you told me he didn't do it. Okay. Let's go with the next speaker, Michael Hensley.
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of a group.
Yep, 9 minutes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor Gilbert. Thank you for having me here. Michael Hinesley, 3217 Hinesley Road, New Hill, North Carolina. Mayor Gilbert, I wonder if you personally recall Hinesley Road. I believe you drove our school bus when you were in high school a time or two, stopping to pick us up on Old US 1, specifically my sister and I when I was in elementary school. So we go way back, right? We're both sort of originals, OGs, right? Yeah. So for most who don't know me, I'm native to the area. I grew up on Hinesley Road, and apart from time I spent on active duty and overseas with the Navy, and several years in California with the Corps of Engineers, I've lived either within or in close proximity to Apex proper. I attended A.V. Balcom, Apex Elementary, Apex Middle, Apex High School. My first real job was at Horton's Hardware Store in downtown on Main Street, where Salem Street Pub now sits. My roots run very deep here, as do my family's. Both my mother and father went to Apex High when it was where Apex Middle School sits right now. And there are many buildings in Apex whose brick and block masonry were built by my grandfather, my dad, uncle, and great uncles. And although we did not live in the town limits, my family quite literally had a hand in building Apex, including the old brick fire station still there on Main Street. Now, for multiple decades, back to the early 60s, the Hinesley family has owned and resided on the property surrounding the current Hinesley Road in New Hill. And we've always strived to be upright citizens of Wake County and good neighbors to those around us, including the town of Apex. And as time has gone by, people of similar mindset have taken up residence among us to form our community of neighbors. This started with Robert, Carol, and Harwood in the 80s, and then with the Rahals and the DeFrieses in 2021. And we care for each other, we look out for each other, we value our little community greatly. And we all understand that progress and prosperity is driven by growth and that change is an inevitable component required for that progress. As such, we understand Apex's need to plan for interconnectivity and expansion and have willingly participated in conversations surrounding those plans, including discussions of some way for Richardson Road to come across the old Olive family farmland, tie into Old US 1, cross the CSX rail line, and then connect to the roads to the south and east in the Holly Springs network. Our commitment to being open to change and to being good neighbors is clearly demonstrated by those discussions as well as recent negotiations of the past year or so for a gravity sewer main easement to cross Hinesley Road land as requested by neighboring developers, which has gone through. In being good neighbors, we have tried to be transparent and operate in good faith during all of that. So it was with great surprise, disappointment, and quite frankly, frustration when in early January of this year, we learned how the conceptual dotted line showing the extension of Richardson Road in the general vicinity of Hinesley Road, which I've got examples, see exhibits A through F in the back, is now a set specific alignment that the town of Apex has progressed without the knowledge or input from the property owners on Hinesley Road for at least 6 years. Studies were commissioned, alignments selected, and a series of decisions made which locks in that alignment, requiring a bridge across wetlands within the conservation area being discussed tonight. What is even more unsettling is that these decisions, made behind closed doors and without public input, were already well underway when the property owners, including my father, who's here tonight, were asking specific questions about where the alignment was going to land. What did the town intend to do? And they were told, you don't need to worry about that. It's just a dotted line on the map. We haven't even sent anyone out to look at it yet. This was in the 2018 timeframe. After the route assessments had already been completed with finalized memorandums and survey documentation in hand, and after the bridge alignment requiring this partial release had been committed to. This implication that someone would come out before decisions were committed to never became a reality. I also think it's significant to note that the adjacent developers were apparently fully aware of the town's plans. It was just those directly impacted the most that were in the dark and out of the conversation. Now, we're still trying to understand all the decisions that have been made, having just learned 2 weeks ago how far this has progressed. But one particularly troubling realization is that the information upon which the decisions were made appears to be incomplete, inaccurate, and uninformed. The alternative routes used to determine this least impactful final alignment, which you can see Exhibit H, I provided an example of that, appear to have been arbitrarily or maybe even intentionally exaggerated, creating a straw man argument that drives the outcome of the assessment to the one desired result. Additionally, the status of adjacent property was mischaracterized in communications with NCDEQ, that's in Exhibit I, creating false premise upon to which make decisions. And that result is being used to justify punching a hole in a decades-old conservation easement put in place by members of the Olive family our former neighbors who knew that development was coming and wished to permanently protect the area. This desire is clear from the language in the conservation easement itself. And I recognize some of you are probably asking, what does this have to do with what we're voting on tonight? The change you're voting on tonight updates the land use map and removes one of the last remaining obstacles standing in the way of the bridge and the road alignment. Since all proposed Apex projects are referenced back to this map prior to their approval, voting to amend and incorporate this change greenlights the corridor through the easement of your guiding document. It also locks in the alignment, which in turn frees up the existing adjacent open space to be developed, despite there being a more efficient, less impactful possibility that avoids the easement altogether through currently open space. Once development of that space is started, it will be impossible to do anything but build the bridge and the road, which consumes 6 of our homes, yields a significant majority of the remaining property and ancillary buildings effectively unusable, and destroys both the mid-19th century family graveyard and original residents in its path. Just by existing as the only future option, this creates significant direct impacts on our future property usage and values. I know that there are those who will say the decision to commit to this alignment was made long ago, and that the vote tonight is an administrative one for a guidance document. They will also likely say that the time for this kind of discussion was when the decision was being made, to which I would say absolutely agree. If only we had been invited to participate in the discussion with the developers to our west, north, and east before the decision was made. We could have pointed out our concerns to better inform the decision-making process. For example, no one from the town has ever been out, nor sent anyone else out to see the land they plan to build upon. They were not even aware of the mid-19th century family graveyard that I just mentioned until we told them this past Friday. After 6+ years of working to get this alignment locked down, the town still had no idea that their selected alignment runs right over the top of it. And it was not accounted for at all in their alignment comparison. Other things we would have highlighted, the town's provided a condition precedent that Richardson must hit the Bosco Road rail crossing, but have admittedly never made any attempts at engaging CSX for any other potential options, despite there being proposed alternates by other planning organizations, see Exhibit F. Town staff simply assumed that it would be too difficult, based on past negotiations with the railroad, for adding a new crossing in a congested area close to downtown. That's a completely different situation from shifting an existing rural crossing like Bosco. Having personally worked with the railroads in my time with the Army Corps, I know they can be challenging, but I also know it costs nothing to ask a question. We also have the town's comments that design and construction of the road is not currently programmed, and the future construction would likely be funded by a developer that purchased our property. I know this is intended to assuage feelings of uncertainty, which I appreciate, but it actually highlights a big long-term concern. A developer that is required to construct this road, and even if they're only required to leave the right of way for it to be built in the future, will by default have reduced profitability on the purchase, which directly translates into lower purchase price for the existing property owners. So it indirectly transfers the cost burden of that road onto us. Keep in mind, we have no near-term interest in selling for development, but that doesn't mean it's right to force the burden of the town's future expansion onto the backs of people that aren't even within its jurisdiction. And that doesn't even begin to get into the longer range concerns of potential eminent domain by the town, should none of us choose to sell to a developer over the next 20 or 30 years. So I'm here tonight to make it clear that we intend to challenge the town on this series of decisions, should it continue to progress. I should let you know we've engaged legal counsel, initiated a series of public document requests to assemble documentation, and also we'll be engaging a third-party engineering firm to review and opine on the alignments generated. And I know my time's about out, so I'll cut to the chase. I just would ask all members of the town council to defer your votes on the proposed issue, pause on the progression of this line of decision-making until you and your representatives are able to take a closer look at the decisions being made and the resulting impact. This is a very serious issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. This is Ray Stitt.
I promise this is the last time I'm speaking tonight. And it's a good thing because I'm going to go totally in a different direction than what I had planned. So my son-in-law is the grandson of Elizabeth Olive. And we're here tonight with these two women who are no longer with us, and Meemaw passed away in November. So how dare anybody suggest that she had a vindictive bone? How dare you? she did not have a vindictive bone. So before you start suggesting about character, you need to stop and consider maybe she truly loved her dairy farm. If you go back and you look at the application or the conservation easement, they had a true flooding issue that was messing up the dairy farm, period. And DEQ does not care what Apex does back then. They're not going to consult. If there is a environmental issue with a piece of agricultural land with dairy cows on it, guess what they're going to do? They're going to help mitigate it because it is a harm to the water. And she's in the watershed for Jordan Lake. So it was done with pure good intentions. Now, Meemaw was interviewed for the 150th anniversary videos for Apex. So if you like, go look her up and you will see there is nothing vindictive about Meemaw. So I'm going to need to set that aside for a moment. But you know, I've been around a lot the last 2 years, really digging into everything around our community. And every time I've ever said anything about Richardson Road, whether I've heard you guys talk about it in a public hearing, whether I came and made comments to you, whether I've made comments to staff at the different open houses, consistently, I have been told it's not a funded project. You know, we'll figure it out when we get to it. So I was blindsided. I saw this just by pure dumb luck that I looked at the planning board agenda and I was like, what is this? This is within walking distance. What is this? How do I not know after 2 years of conversation saying, hey, I'm here to build a relationship to try to bridge some of these gaps. And nobody, I don't know how many of you knew, but I could go back to the voting record and I have and figured out who were involved in the different votes on these neighborhoods. None of you gave me the consideration of saying, hey, heads up, you know, it's not set, but the town is actually taking activities to do something. So I'm going to go home. I'm going to have my good cry over this whole thing. I cannot believe anybody talked about Meemaw and the way she was talked here tonight. And I will show back up Friday, be constructive with Steve and Mike when I talk to them. But if these two ladies beside us doesn't give you a reason to be respectful when somebody has passed away, please let today be the day you learn that lesson. Thank you.
Mr. Roll.
Thank you. Again, my name is Fadi Rahal. I'm a resident of 3000 Old US 1, also 0 Hensley Road. Let me continue with a few things. I've also changed some of the points I want to talk about, but thank you for making the point of what is protected. I'll leave it right there. I bought my house because of the land use map, because I saw the protected area behind it. I bought my house knowing that, hey, we'll get to it. We'll get to it when we can. Let me also take a moment to help you explain. I do have a barn that was built in 1910. That's the other reason why I bought it. The people that sold me the house had many offers, and they showed it to me. Said, Fadi, look, we have many offers, but we said no. And you know why we're going to say yes to you? Because we know you're going to take care of this place. Come and visit me. Let me show you what I've done for the last 4 years in that place. Just come and see it. Come and see it. So relative to being blindsided, please, my point is very clear. Kill it. Just don't add this to the map. Don't do it. Don't even delay it. Just kill this idea. Okay? And one more thing. I told you I'm an investigator. Let me tell you, my investigation skills taught me so I could teach you, and you're going to remember this for the rest of your life. Okay? I don't know who knew about this at what time. Okay? Our investigation skill says if I'm to come and audit you and find out that you knew about this, and you did nothing about it, you're extremely guilty. However, if you did not know anything about it, I'm going to assume some of you did not know. It's fair, you did not know, but now you knew. Do the right thing. You cannot force someone to say, you know what, just because of a mistake, please approve it. No, you found a mistake, correct it. That's why you're in that position. Please do the right thing. It's not too late. It's not too late. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Scott Lassiter.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. It's great to be back. It's an honor to be back in this chamber. Honestly, I've been tempted and asked in various occasions to come back and speak to my hometown governing body here in the past, and I've always resisted, knowing that it's really not my place to do so anymore. You guys have got it. But tonight, I'm here to speak about something that's directly impacting the work I'm doing now as Wake County Soil and Water Conservation District Supervisor, the vice chair of that board, a board that's working actively and desperately to preserve easements, environmental conservation easements, agricultural easements in what is a rapidly growing and developing county. So some concerned and rightfully so neighbors reached out to me for help regarding this project plan that is going to interfere with this conservation easement. That's what brings me here tonight. Just for some context, 2002 was when this was recorded with the Register of Deeds. There still is plenty of undeveloped land in this area. This may be a convenient way to do it. There may be more costly ways to developers and to Apex, but I will say that all parties have had some notice of this easement since 2002. We've got some neighbors, folks, that are truly concerned. I will tell you, I remember what it's like sitting up there, and I was so thankful no longer to have to engage in land use decisions, because you certainly don't make friends with them. It's the hardest work that you do. And I also am no stranger to looking out there and seeing angry New Hill residents. I'll be honest with you, some of you may remember when I was here. I'm just thankful that I'm on this side tonight. So, but looking at that proposal, and as a representative of Wake County, I will say that the first time this was brought to my attention, even with all the work that the county is doing around environmental protection and wetland protection and easement protections, was earlier this month, by some aggrieved community members that are here tonight. So I will say that if I wasn't aware of what was going on around a project that we directly work with in county government, I can't be surprised why these folks didn't understand it. You've heard that you may be met with a lawsuit by neighbors. I'm just asking you and encouraging you to pump the brakes on this, because I think the narrative that's being portrayed, because I know many of y'all personally, I know what your campaign platforms are. I think the narrative that is being portrayed, rightly or wrongly, is in conflict with who you are. It's in conflict with what the town of Apex is about. You've got community members that are feeling, because of what is happening with this conservation easement, that conservation is not important, and that development reigns supreme. Development, not trees, not property rights, not historical properties now, not even protected conservation easements, is what's in play here. And I don't believe that's what you actually believe. It's in conflict with myself, the county commissioners, again, doing this preservation work, land and easements. I just implore you to pump the brakes. This body, I want to say, and I'll end with this, does have the power to do something. It does have the power to back down town staff. I understand what an uncomfortable position that can be, to look at your staff and not support a recommendation that comes forward. But I will say, that at some point, part of our jobs as elected officials is to remind staff who they work for, and that's ultimately us as representatives of the people. So thank you all very much. I trust that you'll make the best decision you can.
Thank you, Mr. Lasser. Okay, last speaker. So we'll go ahead and close public hearing for comment, and is on the table for discussion at this time.
I think I said my piece. I'm frustrated that we're here. I understand the frustration. I would be equally frustrated, to be honest.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question for Ms. Cox. Ms. Cox, one of the things that I think is, I guess, the gravamen of what we're trying to get an idea of is, we've got this conservation easement. We have, a perspective of what's going to take place with Richardson Road. I mean, where are we at with regard to kind of the bigger process? I mean, those who, the PUD that's already there, if we were to say, no, you can't do this, what's the impact?
Are you referring to Friendship Station?
Yeah.
Okay. And the new one?
And the new one,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, those are approved developments. If Lori wants to say anything, she can, but I don't think you can do anything to stop those projects at this point. They have, the approval, and they're moving forward in construction.
Okay.
So the condition associated with Heelan PUD is to contribute those 7 acres. That's the condition of that rezoning. The agreement from the IRT was that plus the other things we discussed is sufficient mitigation for the removal of the additional property from the conservation easement.
Hey, thank you.
And just to be clear, this was presented to us, these different alternatives. The way I see this, there's a school in one of them, there's homes in another. Friendship Station roughly aligns with the route we see here. That was approved before any of us are on this council, with the expectation that that road was going to be a major collector north-south, presumably down to US 1, right?
A major thoroughfare. Yes.
Thoroughfare, sorry.
Yes, that appears from this distance to be from the memo that VHB prepared for the town, looking at those 4 alternatives. They did all have residential impacts. All 4 of them did.
Or a school, I guess, right?
And a school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a lot to think about here. I just want to go back and it may sound repetitive, but again, if we decide not to move forward with this tonight, if the vote is to not approve the recommendation, what is the impact? Just want to make sure I understand it correctly.
A vote on the land use map itself does not change what's happening. Yeah, the land use map is reflecting this transfer of property and the subsequent release.
Maybe a different question is, I assume if this road is never constructed down to Old US 1 and to US 1, staff would anticipate substantial impacts on Hume Olive, Old US 1, New Hill Olive Chapel Road.
Over 20,000 vehicles per day are predicted to use Richardson Road on this corridor in the future. That's why it's identified as a need on the transportation plan.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if,
motion approved?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
We are committed to this plan. 20 years of decisions in Apex of our transportation plan. The parcels that the alternatives here, a lot of them have been developed. Those alternatives are no longer viable because there are going to be homes there. Part of the Richardson Road on this path has been developed with the Friendship Station PUD. The time to stop this was 10 years ago.
Friendship Station, or Apex High School. Apex Friendship maybe too, right?
Please keep order. Thank you. All right, any other discussion?
I do think that this is one of those decisions that's always difficult, because when we're looking at, one of the core values we have as a council is, we like to preserve things and we like to maintain this environmental nature of things. This is one of the things that we do. The tough part that we have here is we are essentially layers upon layers upon layers of decisions that have been made. And I know, Mr. Lasser, I appreciate your comments because it's a great reflection of kind of where we're standing. You know, as a former member of council and getting a chance to see a lot of these decisions getting made, the tough part for us is we're sitting here and there's a number of impacts of the decision. So I know that when I reflect upon the decision, I really do have to ask myself, what's really the issue that's before us? The issue that's before us today is whether or not there's a land use map amendment. That, to me, is where the issue is. And understanding, and I think it was a well-said point, which is the reason why land use maps are important is because they are used for the planning and they're used for helping decide what the past is and, you know, kind of what's going to happen. But I think that's also part of the reason why this land use amendment is needed. I feel like we are compounded upon with the years of decisions that have taken place in this. I don't like that, but I also recognize that there is, for lack of a better phrase, stare decisis that needs to move forward. And I agree with Mr. Mahaffey's comments with regard to where these other alternatives ultimately move us. In the end, we may not even end up making this, you know, connection. Richardson Road may die out in where it's at. But when I look at where we are dealing with right now, it's a land use map amendment. And I think this is the appropriate time for us to address this.
And so do we know why that land use map was not updated to reflect those earlier decisions? Why is this coming in front of us now after being 20 years in the making? Right, that's the piece that I struggle with, right? Like, okay, so even if I vote no tonight, nothing is going to change on you know, with regards to the outcome, right? But as a matter of principle, right, like, you know, just like we, you know, like Mayor Pro Tem is stating, you know, we have made it our mission to pay more attention to preservation, you know, both historical structures and natural resources, right? And this feels to go counter to that. Yes, we're getting 8 acres tacked on the other side, but you know, if something is designated as conservation area, right? That must mean something. That can, you know, that shouldn't mean that, you know, it's still up for grabs, you know, whenever we as a board decide to change our mind on it, right? And so I struggle with this. Like, yes, I understand that, you know, the map needs to be updated. I get that. But I have a fundamental problem with the timing of why this is coming in front of us right now, given that these decisions were made years ago, right? Why was the map not updated back at that time when it should have been?
I can address that. I mean, that I asked that question. The answer is it's coming before us now because the actual swap, which has been approved, which we got the letters, is about to happen. And now the map is going to update. It's supposed to reflect reality. So until that swap is finalized and they've all agreed and been approved, it's provisional, it's proposed. Now that we've gotten the letter, it's about to actually happen. And to your question, or to your comment, I want to address one thing. The reason this is being done, 8 is more than 2.
I get it.
Right. If we could swap 8 acres for 2 acres, that's good. If we could swap 32 acres for 8 acres, we should do that. If we could swap 128 acres for 32 acres, we should do that. Who's not in this room now is DEQ, who owns the easement. I don't know if that's actually DEQ or the state or someone, but the state who owns the easement has agreed to this because they're getting a good deal for conservation. They're getting more acreage. They're getting a big check from us, which they can use to further other conservation efforts. They've agreed, and they're not here talking about that.
Thank you. I mean, I get it. So,
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
All right, motion passes 4-1.
Mayor, can I move for a 15-minute recess?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we are being recessed until 8:25.
Thank you. My bladder.
which is public hearing number 3, annexation number 745 to Preserve on Holt. Presented tonight by Diane Ken. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is annexation 745, the Preserve on Holt. It is located in our northern part of our jurisdiction. It's shown here on this slide. It's 5.367 acres, and it is located surrounded by the Courtyard at Holt project, and there's annexations on nearly all 4 sides. It is zoned RR, and this is the one that will have 3 lots on it. They are getting ready to have their construction plans approved, so they are requesting annexation in order to get town water and sewer. Staff recommends approval.
Questions?
Ms. Ken, is any road access to the future homes contingent on the annexation?
No.
Okay.
Other questions? Hearing none, thank you so much. Open up public hearing for this item. No one is signed up to speak. It's closed. Back to council for a possible motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion,
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Gray. Second, Killingsworth. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, motion passes 4-1. All right, move now to public hearing 4, rezoning case 23CZ 15 Apex Gateway Phase 2 Amendment.
Good evening. This rezoning is located in the western part of our jurisdiction in Chatham County along the area of 751 and Highway 64. The rezoning totals about 243 acres and was rezoned at the beginning of 2023 to light industrial conditional zoning. The proposed amendment is to change the zoning of a portion of the area from light industrial to planned commercial conditional zoning to accommodate some additional retail, non-residential type uses and to allow for slightly larger signage in 2 particular areas. The applicant held their neighborhood meetings in July and October. The area is designated as industrial employment on the north side of 64 and industrial employment and commercial services on the south side of 64. If the rezoning is approved as proposed, there is one amendment to the land use map to change the area that's proposed for planned commercial in this area to commercial services. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the land use map south of 64. For uses, there are no proposed changes to the uses currently allowed in the proposed light industrial conditional zoning areas. For the, I'll go back to the zoning map. For the planned commercial areas, there are, as I mentioned before, additional uses proposed. I'll highlight a few. Hotel, convenience store with gas sales, grocery, pharmacy, tailor, studio for art, microbrewery, just to name a few. For the use conditions that were previously approved, which there were many use conditions in the light industrial area, those remain generally unchanged. There are some modifications that are due to the change to areas to be designated as planned commercial conditional zoning. Be helpful if I go here. But all of the uses about restrictions for manufacturing uses and other more heavy, industrial type uses, the restrictions that were offered previously remain unchanged and hold true. All the conditions related to additional buffers and planting widths, commitments for road circulation and dedication of land to NCDOT for a future interchange all remain unchanged. As I mentioned, the changes are to the planned commercial. The north is oriented to the right. To these pink areas for planned commercial conditional zoning, and the 2 proposed locations for additional signage are where the red asterisks are located. Staff worked with the developer and requested that in the triangular area here, that the uses restaurant general and restaurant drive-through be limited to no more than 2 each, and they added that requirement. The applicant met with the Environmental Advisory Board, who did not recommend any additional environmental conditions, but the applicant did add 2 that they typically do request of other rezonings, about reducing tree clearing within riparian buffers and narrowing road crossings of narrowing the public road crossing within a riparian buffer to the greatest extent possible. So they've added those 2. The transportation commitments, again, remain unchanged. Planning staff is recommending approval of this rezoning with the conditions as offered by the applicant. The planning board heard this earlier this month and unanimously recommended approval. The proposed rezoning is generally consistent with the 2045 land use map, with that one change that I noted. And approval of the rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because there are only minor amendments to the existing conditions, and the proposed planned commercial districts will allow for greater variety in the types of commercial uses allowed. The additional commercial uses will benefit the employees and users of the development, and as well as the residential areas in the general vicinity. The proposed rezoning will encourage compatible development of the area. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for Ms. Bunce? Hearing none. Is the applicant here?
Yes, the applicant is here.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor Gilbert, members of council, thank you all for the time tonight. My name is Gray Harrell with Beacon Partners. With me is Walker Gorm, our Triangle Market lead. And Amanda did a great job of summarizing our request tonight to rezone a small portion of the acreage at Apex Gateway to planned commercial. As she highlighted, as we worked through this with staff, we limited right here in this triangle portion fuel sales, as well as, C-store with fuel sales, as well as quick service restaurant with drive-through uses in the triangle portion. As we were going through the original Apex Gateway Phase 2 rezoning back earlier this year, both staff and the community expressed a strong desire to have all of the acreage, or a lot of the acreage South to 64 program for retail and service-oriented retail to benefit the community to the south. As we were going through lease negotiations with out parcel tenants, they expressed a strong desire to have a couple things. One being access to US 64, and the other having a trip driver for the development in the form of either a grocer or a C-store with fuel. So since then, we've had some great progress with Russell as well as NCDOT in finalizing our TIA. It's good to hear that NCDOT has committed to the NC 751 interchange improvements. We had a call this week and they're actively going forward with horizontal alignments, so we're excited for that. But with that, it proved for some challenges on the southern acreage. So just to highlight on the screen, if you're coming from US 64 westbound, you'll take the Cloverleaf back into 751, where they go on overpass for US 64. With that, there was with Apex staff and DOT, they restricted the access where my thumb is on screen to a right in, right out access. A lot of the retailers were hesitant to commit to that. So that's when we went in, we worked with the Manning staff to request that this acreage be rezoned from light industrial to planned commercial, to target that C-store use with fuel, as well as allow us to target some higher end fast casual restaurants such as your Chipotle's, your Paneras, Chick-fil-A's that have the drive-through supported under the PC zoning. Also, we have where the asterisks are on this plan, it's a amendment to exceed the UDO signage to 120 square foot. Basically, that's just to help us have some higher end monument signage for the overall Apex Gateway project. That will be in the form of nice backlit cork steel. We provided some renderings with staff, and I think they were received in a positive manner. And again, just to highlight, all of our initial environmental commitments are being held as part of the original zoning. I know Councilmember Gant had some concerns with fuel sales. We are a huge believer in EV. We're putting in with our Phase 1, our 2 spec buildings, we're putting in chargers as well as additional infrastructure that allow for those additional chargers to be put in place later on. Since I believe it's either September or August of this past year, we've been working with Duke Energy to run additional transmission lines or to build an additional substation for the Apex project that would support EV chargers. So we love EVs. They're a huge amenity to our tenants. And as part of your feedback, we've discussed it with Amanda prior to the meeting. We're willing to add a text commitment tonight that states, the C-store use with gas sales use shall be limited to a single store location and be prohibited in any acreage north of US 64 or the west side of New Hill Road. So just to recap, we would limit fuel use for this portion, no fuel use in the triangle portion, and we would only request one fuel use in this, I guess, L shape with New Hill and US 64. And with that, if y'all have any questions, again, Gray Harold with Beacon, I'll be glad to field them.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Just explain my request for you guys and for the audiences. I think the demand for gas stations will go down over time as EVs become more popular. And because of the difficulty with the underground tanks in the redevelopment, I always don't want them anymore. And I think they're not going to be useful in maybe 15 years. And I think they're ugly as well, usually. So hopefully they can, if there is the one there, it can be, and the site plan can effectively hide some of the negative features of these stores as well. I'm not sure that's a zoning condition possible, but that's why I asked. And I think there's plenty of gas stations in this area anyway, a few miles down the road. So hopefully the demands for this use is low as well, although maybe not zero. So that's explain why I asked that.
Appreciate that. All right. Any other questions or comments before we open up public hearing? All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. So we'll open up public hearing for this item. No one has signed up to speak. It's closed. It's back to council for discussion, lead to a possible motion.
Sorry. I just wanted to point out, I didn't receive any feedback from the surrounding residents about this particular proposal. I received a lot about the initial proposal, and I worked with you and your team. And what I was pushing for at the time was the addition of retail and commercial uses that would be an amenity to the surrounding neighbors. And we eventually worked on, along the road, there'd be some of that, and that was a good change, I think. So in the spirit of that change, this to me seems purely positive. I didn't hear from the residents, but I imagine they would be, although they maybe object to the proposal as a whole, but this change in particular of removing LI, which they objected to, and adding commercial, from my experience, I believe, would be a positive one.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
I just want to echo that, like when we first went through this rezoning, there was a lot of requests from the surrounding neighborhoods to limit industrial use in the south side of 64. I think this gets us even closer to that vision. So I think that this is a positive change.
Thank you. All right. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. Mayor Pro Tem, motion second. Mahaffey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Passed unanimously. Thank you all. Move to public hearing 5, Sweetwater PUD amendment, presented by Ms. Amanda Bucks.
Okay, this proposal is to amend a couple of standards within the existing Sweetwater PUD, which, as you know, is located at Highway 64 and Richardson Road. And the proposal is to make the amendment apply to all of the non-residential areas, which are primarily north of Core Bank Street. The Sweetwater is zone plan unit development conditional zoning, and that district will remain the same. The proposed amendments are consistent with the 2045 land use map. And here are the two proposed changes. The first one is to reduce the required, the minimum amount of office, specifically office uses, from 55,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet. And the other change is to increase the height, and this would apply only north of Core Bank Street, to 77 feet or 6 stories, the purpose being to accommodate a potential hotel use at this location. This project was exempt from meeting with the Environmental Advisory Board. Planning staff is recommending approval of this proposed amendment, and the planning board unanimously recommended approval as well at their meeting. The rezoning is consistent with the land use map and is reasonable and in the public interest because it allows for additional building height north of core banks, which is needed for potential hotel use, and will allow for more of the development to be potentially be commercial uses rather than office, which is consistent with the market as of right now. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Questions? All right, hearing none, thank you. All right, we'll open up public hearing. Ashley, would you like to speak at all? I know you heard.
Just a second.
Yes, sir.
I'm Marvin Waldo. I live at 3402 Sir Carlton Court in Raleigh, and I'm representing Sweetwater Town Center. The requested changes were, we've tried to really listen to Apex about what they want on that site, and we've tried to be malleable with the market conditions too. We tried to get an office building going there for 2 years and ended up with one tenant. And that one tenant I pushed in the office building, it wanted to go in the shops. It was a dentist. So there's no way to do that right now. In the meantime, though, in that same spot, I have gone under contract with what will be a Marriott property right where that was going to be. And it is in the process of being designed with a glass top and an open outdoor bar area overlooking the lake in the back and the event lawn in the front. So the amount of energy that that's going to do to this property is going to be great, as well as we think that there's a need for the meeting space. We're sort of forcing that into the deal with them so that there's 15,000 feet or so of meeting space. And in addition, the farther we dig into this, or peel the onion back, the more we see a lot of families here that have people coming in to see them, to see the grandkids, to whatever. So we think there'll be actually the community will be really, really happy to have a first-class hotel there, and that's what we're about doing. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Waldo.
I have a question. Sure. We did a previous rezoning last year or something, kind of controversial, about the buffer on 64. And at the time, I remember we were told it was for a hotel. We had to remove it for a hotel. Is this potential hotel in that area, or are we rezoning to remove an office building to put the hotel past it?
I don't know if anybody said that was for a hotel then, because I didn't even have I mean, it was for anyone that would have to come back later and tear something down and put it back up. But I always dreamed of the hotel being right in the middle of that event lawn back there. So what has helped me get that done, I believe, and it's not done till it's done, but it is the fact that our leasing out there has been nothing short of phenomenal. You know, we're 95% leased on the whole property out there. And that gave the hotel people a little more excitement about not going up on the road front. The road front now, what we're really working on is family entertainment. We're working on an entertainment kind of a usage for that would be good for kids and families and all that. That's what we're working on there.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. No one decided to speak. All right, so it's back to council for possible motion. Their discussion first. Or motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve. Zegerman.
I'll second that.
Second, Killingsworth. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Public hearing 6, rezoning case 23 CZ 14 Salem Street Townhomes. Ms. Lofton.
Good evening. This is rezoning case 23 CZ 14. This property is located within the Apex loop, and the intent of this rezoning is to allow for infill development of 8 townhomes. The rezoning contains 3 properties located on the north side of Salem Street, adjacent to Salem Creek Townhomes. This property is currently zoned medium density residential and in the small town character overlay district. The applicant is proposing to rezone to plan unit development conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates the properties as medium high density residential office employment, and their proposed PUD is consistent with the land use map. The site is 1.04 acres, and 2 of the properties are vacant and 1 has a single family home. The applicant is proposing 8 townhomes, and the layout that you do see is only conceptual. A full list of the permitted setbacks are listed on page 2 of the staff report. The proposed rezoning is in the small town character overlay district. Therefore, no RC or buffers are required per UDO section 6.3. However, since they're not provided buffers, the applicant is providing a 15-foot variable buffer along Salem Street to be consistent with adjacent development, and an 8-foot on the western property line. The proposed PUD is not providing direct access to South Salem. The existing 5-foot sidewalk shall remain in place. And they are proposing a stub to the west and connections to Topaz and Regents Lane. The developer shall also be providing a 60-foot right-of-way dedication along South Salem Street. The development plans to connect to town water, sewer, and electric services. The applicant is proposing the following elevations and a maximum building height of 37 feet. A full list of the architectural zoning conditions are on page 3 of the staff report and are typical for what we see for townhomes. The applicant conducted 2 neighborhood meetings, the first on May 30th and the second on October 18th this past year. This project was exempt from being reviewed by the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission per UDO section 14, and a fee in lieu shall be required. This rezoning was also exempt from the Apex Environmental Advisory Board because it is in the small town character overlay district. The planning board held a public hearing on January 8th and unanimously recommended approval with the conditions proposed. Planning staff does recommend approval because it will construct extensions of Topaz and Regents Lane, provide a future stub to the western property line, and maintain compatibility with the townhome development. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, and the applicant is also here.
Any questions for Ms. Laughlin?
Yeah, Ms. Laughlin, I asked the developer this, but I want to make sure. So the road takes kind of a jog, diverges from Salem to kind of be more east-west versus kind of around that curve. And so that was you guys working with the developer to make sure that eventually if this thing all develops together, the roads will align to kind of be the most appropriate kind of interconnectivity for the development, right?
We did look at multiple layouts for this property, and Russell can answer any road alignments, but I believe that was one of the reasons we told them not to have direct access to Salem Street and provide internal connections instead.
And not following Salem Street curve, but kind of going more east-west, right? I assume to line up better with the roads that are stubbed, right? Just to make sure.
I'm not sure. I'll let Russell answer.
Yeah, the applicant has a number of constraints here. As you can see, it's a very small area of property to develop. The product adjacent to them, to my recollection, ran into a lot of constraints during the design process that they didn't plan very well for. So this development is trying to pick up on those road alignments, and is trying to get the road a little bit further away from Salem Street to free up more space. To be able to put those units in there. So it's also beneficial in terms of getting the road alignments to the western property line, as well as providing that depth for the units from Salem Street.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Is the applicant? You want to come up, just in case? Does anybody have any questions?
Good evening. My name is Scott Moore. I'm with the Coley Group. I represent the applicant here. We just want to thank staff for working with us, and the design layout that you see specifically regarding the road alignments were made so that we could have a 90-degree T, and that was for safety, for maneuverability as well. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? All right, hearing none, okay? We'll open up the public hearing for this item. And first speaker tonight would be Brandon Fetters.
Good evening. Brendan Fetters, 1614 Topaz Lane. Mayor Gilbert, members of the council, thank you for the privilege of speaking this evening. Point of privilege, if it's okay, just for a brief, being the HOA president in Salem Creek and being so close with South Walk, I really want to thank everybody here in our town. The staff has been great. Mayor, members of the council have reached out to me personally with what we can do to support with our friends and neighbors in South Walk and our community. So I really want to thank you for that. It's meant a lot to me, our neighborhood, their neighborhood, and our entire community. So thank you for that. I want to say this entire process has been great working with Scott and his team. Their initial plans came to us, and we've had a significant parking issue in our neighborhood. You've probably seen if you walk by. In the 7 years that we've been there, we've had about 100 non-emergency complaints to the town of the police department. We've had about 35 blasts go from our management company to residents, reminding them constantly about our parking issues. So we made it very clear that we cannot take any more parking concerns into our neighborhood from this development. Scott and his team were phenomenal through that process and making sure that we added adequate parking, and they have gone above and beyond with adding that parking, which I am so greatly appreciative as a HOA board member, and our community is so grateful for. Our community support at that initial planning was loud and clear. We had about 3/4 of our residents were there at that initial meeting, and that totally shifted the conversation, and that resulted in that unanimous planning board decision a few weeks ago. So I humbly ask the board to continue this going forward and just keep this as planned right now. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fetters. All right, so as the last speaker, so public hearing is closed for comment and back to council for discussion.
I'd just like to thank the applicant for working so closely with the neighbors and making those changes, and it sounds like this is going to be positive for the community.
I also want to thank the applicant because based upon just the amount of acreage that's there, quite frankly, fully anticipated that we were going to be getting the usual litany of things saying, well, we can't put the connections there and the sidewalks. So the fact that all of the things that we like to encourage in the community, including the interconnectivity, as an applicant, you were responsive, and I think that means a lot.
Absolutely, good. Anyone else?
Like to make a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Mahaffey.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem Gray. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Okay, public hearings 7 and 8. Presented tonight by Ms. Shannon Cox. And this is Apex Transportation Plan Amendments rezoning 23CZ13 Seymour PUD and rezoning case number 23CZ13 Seymour Mixed Use PUD.
Okay. For the benefit of the audience, the first public hearing are transportation plan amendments. They're associated with the next public hearing, the rezoning case for 23CZ13 Seymour PUD. So as what's typically done is staff will present the transportation plan amendments. You'll have the public hearing. Council will wait to vote until the next item is also heard.
Gotcha.
So first, to orient you to the context of these amendments, Seymour PUD is outlined in this purple dash. You can see it's centered along Tingen Road, north and south of Apex Peakway. Staff, to the extent possible, also considered anticipated development in the area, including the Hobson Gateway, which is just to the east of Seymour PUD, and Grace Christian School to the south. We have not received proposed plans for either of these, but we did notify them about the proposed transportation plan amendments. The proposed amendments to the Thoroughfare and Collector Street plan map include downgrading, downgrading Tingen Road from a future 4-lane divided thoroughfare between Apex Peakway and this major collector street south of US 1 to a 3-lane thoroughfare. And I'll spend some substantial time on that amendment later in the presentation. The second proposed amendment is to realign the future major collector street from Tingen to Perry Road, about 630 feet to the north. That's intended to improve the intersection spacing along Tingen Road and also aligns with the development layout proposed with Seymour PUD. The third amendment is to remove the southern segment of the future local connection, so that would be like a residential street, on our transportation plan between the major collector and the existing Iron Gate neighborhood. This was recommended by staff given the substantial stream crossing, the fact that this would connect on a single parcel of an established neighborhood. We didn't anticipate that connection would be made in the future. Note the northern part of that would still be on the plan, the connection from Shackleton Road to the major collector street. And then the fourth amendment is to add a future roundabout on Tingen Road at the intersection with the new major collector. That is a recommendation resulting from the review of the traffic impact analysis. It's also consistent with our adopted Vision Zero plan, as roundabouts have safety benefits. The proposed amendments to the bike ped system plan map include reflecting the new alignment of the major collector, and that the side path and bike lanes along that facility would also be shifted north. Adding a proposed side path along Tingen Road all the way from Apex Peakway down where it becomes Viridia Parkway to future Jesse Drive. That side path goes above and beyond our adopted plan. We would retain the bicycle lanes already shown on the plan. It would be on the west side, north of US 1. That's to minimize impacts to existing neighborhoods and to align with the plan north of Apex Peakway. Where it connects to future Big Branch Greenway, it would then be on the east side within Viridia, aligning with the planned facilities in that development. And then finally, staff have proposed, and this is external to the Seymour PUD, adding a proposed grade separated bike ped crossing along Tingen Road. That's where the future school is anticipated, and would also allow crossings from the side path to the future greenway. So to spend a little bit more time on the most substantial amendment, which is the downgrade of Tingen Road from a 4-lane to a 3-lane facility. Overall, this was proposed with the intent of planning a corridor that creates a safe biking, walking, transit, multimodal facility. It also accounts for some constructability concerns of widening to 4 lanes and anticipated traffic capacity. It's notable that Seymour PUD, working with staff, have proposed an alternate typical section or alternate section to our typical section for a 3-lane thoroughfare. They would actually construct 1 lane in each direction with an 18-foot wide median and turn lanes where needed. They would also construct an extra wide bicycle lane with a 2-foot buffer between the bike lane and the travel lane, as well as the 10-foot multi-use path already mentioned. We don't have a perfect local example that matches this, but I included a couple that are close. One is Apex Peakway between Center Street and Old Raleigh Road with the median and the bicycle lane there. And another, if you're familiar with Lockmere Drive in the town of Cary, that's a wider median, and they do have a wider path on the outside there. We spent quite a lot of time thinking about capacity needs for Tingen Road and whether a downgrade is, something we could support. To begin with, the Federal Highway Administration and their road diet informational guide, because that's really what we're talking about here is a road diet, provides some guidance that roadways with average daily traffic of 20,000 vehicles per day or less may be good candidates for a road diet. In agencies that they studied, max thresholds were 15,000 to 25,000. And for reference, Apex Peakway between Center Street and Old Raleigh Road has about 16,500 vehicles per day. The applicant's engineer provided us with some model data using the most recent version of the Triangle Regional Model, which projects traffic out to 2050. And they looked at different sections of Tingen Road. So from James Street to Apex Peakway to Widger Lane, and then Widger Lane to Prince Dead End Road, which is just south of US 1. And they considered 3 scenarios. One is what can we expect along these sections of Tingen Road if the interchange at Perry Road in US 1 is constructed, and that's per the town's and the region's adopted transportation plan. And you can see the traffic volumes there. 15,000 is starting to reach that threshold of where a road diet should be considered, but it's still within that limit. The second scenario studied was, if we can't get an interchange constructed at Perry Road, but we still have a bridge crossing, what would happen on Tingen Road? And you can see, we're within that threshold for all segments of Tingen. And then if Perry Road just can't be constructed at all, we don't have a crossing, it's similar to existing conditions there, you can see we're really getting up to that threshold of where 4 lanes would be needed, or we're going to have congested conditions. So considering that, Perry Road is on our plan. It's a future project that we would prioritize or suggest prioritization with DOT. We considered that capacity-wise, we could support the request for Tingen Road. Other factors to consider, capacity is not the only thing, are constraints. So right now, the crossing of Viridia Parkway or Tingen Road at US 1 is 2 lanes. Another bridge or widening would have to be constructed there for that to not be a choke point, even if the rest of the roadway was widened. And that would not be a higher priority than Perry Road. With the anticipated school, let me go to this slide. With the anticipated school, widening and improvements are limited with school projects. So, having 4-lane widening here would most likely be a town project than done with development. And then the frontage of the existing Iron Gate neighborhood, there's 5 single-family parcels there. It's very close, considering a future roadway widening. There would likely be impacts. Planning staff worked with Transportation, Infrastructure and Development, Police, Fire, Parks and Rec to review these amendments. Police and Fire had some concerns, Some of those were addressed with the section that I've described, as that section would allow for an emergency vehicle to pass other traffic, given the wide bicycle lane, the buffer, and the gutter adjacent to the median. The other concerns were making sure that we're being responsive to what they hear from the community about congestion and getting roadways built with development. In that case, they deferred to planning and TID for the ultimate recommendation. We do support all of these proposed amendments. In addition, the planning board voted to support the amendments in a vote of 7 in favor and 2 against. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. I have a couple questions. So we're downgrading the road from an anticipated 4-lane to 3 lanes, which, traffic studies seem to indicate, even in the worst case scenario, Perry Road Bridge doesn't get developed by 2050, the road can sustain. We still have that 2-lane choke point with the current bridge. So isn't the road only as good as, the narrow section? So what's the alternative, right? So if we build 3 lanes north of the bridge and 3 lanes south of the bridge, we only still have 2 lanes on the bridge. And
Right.
so how do we deal with that contingency in case DOT chooses not to prioritize that Perry Road Bridge?
Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Tingen Road.
Right, so if Perry Road Bridge doesn't get built, right, it's going to put 20,000 vehicles on Tingen Road, on the Tingen Road Bridge, right, which is not sized for, because we, according to the presentation just now, you said we need 3 lanes. Or am I looking at this the wrong way?
No, I mean, you're looking at it in a good way, and that's the conversations that we had among staff. And ultimately, our opinion, our recommendation is that we have to base these recommendations on our adopted plan, which is to have an interchange or at least a crossing at Perry Road. And given how important we see Perry Road is with these models, it's really anticipated to carry substantial traffic. As staff, we would always prioritize that connection over widening the existing bridge at Tingen. So yes, you would be left with a choke point at Tingen Road. And that was a substantial factor in our recommendation. Meanwhile, we've widened Tingen Road, making it harder for pedestrians to cross and easier for traffic to move faster.
I'm a little confused, what the scenario you're describing, wouldn't that support this amendment? Because if Tingen Road doesn't get widened, what's the purpose of making a 4-lane highway here? It'll just be, it'll look kind of silly. Like Tingen Road, or the Tingen Bridge being expanded is really conditional on a lot of that happening. I actually do have a question.
Hang on, so can you repeat that for me? So I have a 2-lane bridge, right? No room for bike lanes, sidewalk and everything else, right? So even though there's 2 lanes of traffic in the new proposal, which, vehicle traffic can potentially be supported, but all the other traffic cannot, right? So we can build a 3-lane road or a 4-lane road or a super highway like that, we still have this 2-lane bridge to contend with.
Yeah. I think we're saying the same thing. I think the point is the problem is the bridge.
Right.
And what we do to Tingen is irrelevant. Like the bridge is the problem.
Right, okay.
Right?
Right, okay. We are saying the same thing then.
Oh, my question. You mentioned road diets. Could you describe a little bit from a transportation perspective what they are and their purpose and why they're recommended and why it's appropriate in this scenario? Because I think that's a term that I've heard before but hasn't been defined by a professional.
Sure. So in some places, roads are wider than they need to be, and there's a trend of actually reducing the width of highways to add, take away travel lanes, add sidewalks, add bike lanes, provide that multimodal travel experience. So the Federal Highways had put out a road diet information guide, meaning you downsize the road width basically. In this case, we're talking about, thinking proactively instead of overbuilding, given the choke point, given projections, go ahead and downsize our plan and prioritize those bike ped modes.
But it can be used as a traffic calming measure, is that right?
A road diet, yes. I mean, yeah, with this plan, we will have more congestion on Tingen Road than with a 4-lane roadway. And congestion does slow traffic down.
And can you go back to that picture that you showed, like with the different road designs? Because I want to kind of hook into that.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any North Carolina DOT design guides that has this model, but move the 2-foot buffer between the vehicle roadway and the bike path? So you're basically butting up your bike path and either your multi-purpose path or sidewalk completely separated from your vehicle traffic on the main road. This is a very common design in Europe, to separate your vehicle travel from slower bicycle and pedestrian traffic. It's safer that way, right? And given that we have the width that that we're talking about, just by moving the design around, right? Is that something that we can accommodate here?
So if I'm understanding correctly, I'm going to restate it. You're suggesting more of a vertical buffer between the bike lane and the travel lane instead of a 2-foot striped
Correct.
buffer.
So if you look at that top picture, that's that piece of grass on the right hand side that is basically 2 or 3 feet between the road bed and the sidewalk. Move that over to basically be on your white line, right? And then you can still do curb or different shades of asphalt, to separate your bicycle traffic from your pedestrian traffic.
There are options like that included in the NCDOT Complete Streets guidelines. And we actually do include options like that in our Bike Apex plan. In this case, one of the factors for considering this particular section was that concern from emergency service providers that we have that extra width where a car could pull over and an emergency vehicle could pass, or they could manage traffic. So the striped buffer was recommended.
Okay. And so I understand the request and I understand the concern. I would argue that emergency services in Europe have the exact same problem. So why, clearly it's acceptable and doable there, right? Like, is it not doable here? Like what's the delta that would make us consider, this option over the alternative?
I don't have an answer
Right,
for
so
you. I'd love to see more buffered bike lanes.
Right.
It's difficult, but yeah, I think it's a fair question.
So I'd like to request that we look at that and look at that as a potential road design alternative. I think we have the width, right? It's just the way, like, okay, how do we build the lanes on the, the width that we have?
Mm-hmm. And I believe, although I'm going to defer to June and the applicant, I believe the way the PUD text is written, we have some flexibility in the section to continue to think about those things. But I'll let them respond to that flexibility that might be in the actual PUD.
I would argue that some countries pick bicyclists over emergency vehicles, and we are choosing the other because there are not a ton of people on bikes in the U.S., especially in this part of the country.
I think our trucks are just bigger.
And the trucks are bigger.
Like
our trucks are
truck
bigger.
and the vehicles on the road.
But we can even look at, okay, do we need bike paths on both sides of or do we, because we have a multi-use path, we have 2 bike paths, we have 2 buffers, we have 2 sidewalks, or 1 sidewalk, right? If we realign that and basically build your bicycle path on one side of the road, bi-directional, right, and a sidewalk potentially still on both sides, and then reconfigure the roads in between to allow for a slightly wider truck than your typical Dutch fire truck, right? Can we unclogs?
Yeah, made of wood.
Yeah. So,
windmills.
So anyway, like I'd like, so my request is to kind of reconsider. I like the idea a lot, right? And I think there's a real option here to make our environment a little bit more pedestrian and bicycle friendly by adopting some of these principles, right? Especially as we start getting more and more focused on having these multi-use paths and such, right? In addition to sidewalks, and then, you know, can we take that width and then just look at that a little bit differently, right? In the way that we lay down our asphalt, use different materials for different modes of transportation, right? You know, things that, again, like have been done before, right? But we don't see very commonly here.
And I support you on that. And I'll say we have an opportunity here to do something really special in terms of making a bicycle and pedestrian friendly space that we haven't really done in Apex before. And this design is really, really close to that, you know? So taking some time to look at alternatives and see what we could do, I think would be a great benefit. This can maybe be an example for future areas. I think the idea of transforming it into maybe not bicycle first, but like certainly as, you know, co-equal in a way that it isn't anywhere else around Apex, along with, you know, pedestrian traffic, could make a big difference for future designs, could really change the way this area feels and have a big effect on the degree to which this road is used and feels like to cars as well, and could help reduce speeds and reduce, you know, traffic through there.
I would encourage, I mean, I'm all for it, but, you know, speaking from my background, I would encourage you to take a ride along with the police and really get a better understanding of that before you make those changes, because it does impact their response.
And I think that's fair. And I think the thing to do would just be to ensure the PUD text has the flexibility to go in different directions, and we don't lock it into this exact diagram, if that's fair. Okay. You know, I mean,
we can have more conversation as plans, you know, start to firm up. The other question, oh, sorry.
Go for it.
So you mentioned the Iron Gate community and kind of the road frontage, the 5 properties. My understanding is that the property across from Iron Gate is vacant farmland right now. Would it be possible to shift the road enough not to impact those property owners in the Iron Gate community, those 5 properties that are bordering the roadway?
If it was widened to 4 lanes, I think
we're talking about 3 lanes, right?
the
new design.
One of the reasons for the downgrade was because a 4-lane would widen it and have the impacts. At a planning level, I can't tell you if we can shift the road further west, you know, and how substantial any impacts to Iron Gate a 3-lane widening would be. But I think when that section of the road is widened, we could look at that. But that was one of the factors in the downgrade. Yes.
Right, and so like, okay, we narrowed down the road, which is great, and I appreciate that, right? In addition to that, since again, like, you know, we're basically talking about a greenfield operation here, can we move the road enough, right, so that we don't have to get into another property acquisition conversation, right? But we can, or at least not, residential property, but shift the road, you know, just enough, a couple feet, to avoid those properties altogether.
But the curve, you're gonna make the curve more severe. And you make
Potentially,
counterproductive.
I don't know, right? I'm not.
Well, it will, right? Because we're stuck on both sides, and if you're going west, it will make the curve sharper, which may be counterproductive for safety.
I mean, let's look at it. Like, that's my only question. Can we look at that?
Yes.
Right?
So we can look at it. It doesn't affect the amendment unless, you know, it changes your decision between the 3-lane and 4-lane.
Right.
But it's something that we can look at.
Sounds good. Good discussion. Any other questions for?
I do have one more, if I go for it, because, you know, we're going to be here late anyway. I'm a little bit concerned about the alignment of the new east-west connector that seems to directly line up with Ticehurst, or am I not looking at this? Because it's a little tiny for me here.
It's south. Yeah.
It's further south?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to see, I know. There's a road stub right there and right there.
Okay, and so what is going to connect to that roundabout from the existing Salem Village neighborhood?
So I'd like to let the applicant respond to that. We don't have a layout at the the rezoning stage. So if they are able to provide information about that, I'll leave it to them.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street. So I have a couple answers for you, Councilmember Zagerman. The right of way actually for the Tingen Road, we have shifted that west. So, instead of normally when you dedicate right of way on each side of where the center line would be, we shifted it west so that more of the impacts are on the west side of the site. And I think it's shown that way in our concept plan, which I'll pull up, we get to the rezoning section. And then the Collector Street doesn't line up directly with Ticehurst. It's actually further south in that connection. And I'll speak to it in a moment in the rezoning portion, but we are adding a condition that there won't be a straight road connection to Ticehurst. We'll have those turns in the road. So that'll help too.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. And we have Kevin Lawrence to speak first.
What is this ready to start here? Lawrence Kevin, 1628 Salem Village Drive. I'm just going to cut to the chase. Vote no on Apex Transportation Plan amendments. Reason number one, voting planning member, board member had a conflict of official conduct, publicly listed as associate for Lee and Associates. Hours before the meeting on January 8th, the CEO of Lee and Associates emailed the town of Apex that was then forwarded to the planning board. It was a letter of support for Seymour's agenda items. The email from the CEO was also written on behalf of Grace Christian, who could benefit from the proposed amendments in the 2045 transportation plan voted on. The notification of official conduct conflict was emailed to the town, the interim city town manager and city council on January 11th, 2024. So hopefully this is not new. I also spoke with a city council member in person and raised the issue and concern. I'm still waiting to hear back, and I did not hear anything. So I'm raising the issue again tonight, and I expect a public response from the Apex Town Council regarding my concerns, regarding all Seymour agenda items voted on by the Planning Board on January 8th. There is a standard operating process in place to recuse from voting, and is not a complex process. The member not only voted, but was the Planning Board member that motioned to recommend the approval as presented. I have provided additional information in the handouts due to compressed timeline for public speaking. Reason two, regarding plan amendments. Tingen Road, Verde Parkway to be downgraded to 4-lane thoroughfare with a median future three-lane thoroughfare between Apex, Peakway, and the major collector. I'm in totally disagreement. And part of that is just going off the town's staff report, a disadvantage of the proposed downgrade of Tingen Road from a 4-lane median divided thoroughfare to a 3-lane thoroughfare is traffic capacity. Traffic capacity projections are incomplete without Grace Christian and Hobson TIAs not factored into the calculations. That's data you guys need to make a decision. The current Seymour design plans for another reason for changing it to 3 was the right-of-way impacts to the Iron Gate neighborhood that would be associated with the widening of the 4 lanes. Now, sure, they'd be impacted by a 4-lane road, but they're also going to be impacted by having a 400-unit apartment complex in their backyard, which is zoned as, is designed as urban. It's kind of like one house per acre. So you're changing the complexity of their view. The Perry Road Bridge, just for example, this is not brought up, but according to the Campo map, the date on that is 2040. That's 16 years away. I don't know what you could do to speed it up, but it's 2040. That's 16 years. That's the kid going from birth to be a sophomore in high school. The traffic amendments that do not factor the known large development projects. Grace Christian, thank you. I had more.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Mr. Manis, are you holding? Okay, all right. And Mr. Carpenter, same as well. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public hearing on this item and move to the next item.
Good evening, June Cowles with the Planning Department. This is rezoning case 23 CZ 13 Seymour Mixed Use Planned Unit Development. It's at the southwest corner of Apex Peakway. It's in the ETJ, and just honing in on that same section that Shannon just described. So this is the Seymour project area along here in the intersections, so the northwest, southwest, and southeast. And so when I go through the plans or the slides, I'm going to refer to northwest section, southwest section. Looking at the site area, Salem Village is along the western side and north, James Street Station, and then along the east side is the West Haven Townhomes. The cemetery is located at the northeast section of Apex Peakway and Tingen Road, and then Bradley Terrace Townhomes. And this is the undeveloped land. To the south is Iron Gate subdivision, and then this little sliver, Widger Lane, actually belongs with Salem Village, and then undeveloped land south of that. So the project site is 81.9 acres. And this shows the current zoning, which is residential agricultural, and then a high-density single-family in this slice. Proposed zoning district is planned unit development conditional zoning, and this shows the 2045 land use map currently, where it's medium density in the northwest section, and then medium high density residential, and then high density residential. Southwest section is medium high density residential, and then the southeast section is medium high density residential and office and employment. So if the 2045 land use map, if the rezoning is approved, the properties will automatically be amended per state law. So this is what it shows that it would currently be. In the northwest section, you can see the medium density residential and medium high density residential, utilizing an existing stream as the border. The southwest section is the same. And then the southeast section, the medium high is moved up here, and then high density residential would come down from the northwest section, and then office employment and add commercial services. So this is just comparing the current land use map and the proposed land use map. And then this slide shows the land use designation regarding residential density. So current and then proposed. So for example, medium density underneath the current is maximum 7 units, and the PUD is maximum 6 units per acre. And then medium high would be maximum 8 units per acre. And down here, high density, it's a maximum 20 units per acre. Underneath the land use classifications, 14 units per acre with maximum density determined at the time of rezoning or site plan approval. So the existing conditions in the northwest section, heavily wooded with 2 streams. And there's that stream that I indicated before, and then there's another stream here. Southwest section is partially wooded with open fields, farm pond, and a few existing buildings. The southeast section partially wooded with open fields, farm pond, and bordered to the east by this stream. And we did receive a couple of comments about the oak tree along Tingen Road. So we went out there and looked at it. We came on the back side. You can't see it from the road. it appears it was struck by lightning. We had our town arborist come out there and look at it as well. So this is the proposed site and utility layout, showing the single-family district and then mixed residential district in this light orange. The dark orange would be multi-family district. And then looking at the proposed residential uses for single-family is permitted in this light yellow section, and then mixed residential would be single-family townhouse and duplex. Multifamily, orange area would be townhouse, duplex, small scale multifamily, so it's a small apartments, and then multifamily or apartments. So multifamily apartments is only permitted south of this major collector. And then small scale multifamily would be permitted throughout this orange area, the multifamily district. And then the portion of the mixed residential district in this area, the southwest section, would have a minimum of 2 residential uses. So these are the proposed non-residential uses in this red area. And note that a standalone restaurant drive-through shall not be permitted. However, a restaurant drive-through as part of like a multi-tenant building are permitted. In bold, the non-residential district shall have at least 2 uses. This was added as a condition after the planning board meeting on January 8th, and it's in your staff report noted. And then the proposed residential design controls, minimum lot size for single family district, and the setbacks and building heights. And these are the concepts planned for single family. Mixed residential, we're showing on townhouses and single family, and the setbacks as well. Townhouses shall not be located within 65 feet of existing single-family lots in Salem Village that share a property line with the property and front the existing stub streets of Drumlin Drive, Ticehurst Lane, and Hawks Drive. So within 65 feet of that, it would be a single-family home and not a townhome. These are the townhouse concept elevations. And then the multifamily district, that orange area, and multifamily apartment building facades that face Tingen Road, the Iron Gate neighborhood, or the Bradley Terrace neighborhood shall not exceed a maximum height of 3 stories and 50 feet. And then in the portion of the multifamily district, south of the major collector where the apartments would be, parking lots shall not be permitted between apartment buildings and Tingen Road. So the apartment buildings would be along the road and not a parking lot. And there was additional proposed Seymour PUD condition. This was added on January 11th. That's included in your staff report in bold. And this is regarding the apartments designed to meet the requirements for one of the following green building certifications. Added on January 22nd, that's not in the staff report, they added a deadline time for the apartment green building certificate. So prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy for the building. And then these are the multifamily concept elevations. On the left side over here is the small scale apartments. And then this is the apartments concept elevations for south of the major collector. And then the proposed non-residential design controls in this red area. And here's some concept elevations. This was added on January 22nd, also not included in the staff report, and So one of the required community amenities for the non-residential district shall be public art. So some type of public art in the red commercial area. So these are the buffers in RCA. To the north of Apex Peakway, the requirement for RCA is 10% of the project site, and south of Apex Peakway is 20% for RCA. So in this PUD, they're proposing 20% for the whole entire project site, which would include north. So let's look at the buffers. I corresponded in numbers that buffer 1 would be along Salem Village, this side, and that's a 15-foot type B. For 2, this is along Widger Lane, that would be 15-foot type A. And then along 3 is the Apex Peakway. This right here is a sliver that belongs to Salem Village. And so a 10-foot type B buffer along that area. And the 4 is along Iron Gate subdivision, and that is 30-foot type A. And then 5 is along Apex Peakway, 30-foot type B. And on the eastern side of Tingen Road, along north of the major collector, would be the 30-foot type B. And then on the western side of Tingen would be a 30-foot type B, but may be reduced to 15-foot type E, where rear loaded townhouse front Tingen Road. And that's in accordance with the UDO section 812C7. So for the project was reviewed by the Environmental Advisory Board on April 10th, 2023, and includes 11 of the 17 environmental conditions. And that's on page 12 and 13 of your staff report. So they went to advisory board before the UDO change for EV parking. So they would have to meet the EV parking as it stands right now, actually when they come in for site plan and master subdivision plans. So that's 30% of all spaces be EV ready, and then 15% for charging spaces. And the greenways, on September 27th, 2023, they went to Parks and Recreation Cultural Resources Advisory Commission, recommended a fee in lieu of dedication with credit for construction of this greenway. And the greenway shall be completed and accepted prior to 50% of the units west of Tingen Road receiving building permit. Also, I wanted to state for the neighborhood meetings, they conducted 2 neighborhood meetings, January 7th, 2023 and December 13th, 2023. So your meeting reports are attached to your staff report. Wake County Public Schools letter of impact is included in the staff report as well. The letter indicates that elementary and high schools within the current assignment area for this rezoning development are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students. Transportation to schools outside of the current assignment area should be anticipated. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address concerns at the high school level and elementary level. So possible long-term solutions may include capping students out to school with available seats, not very approximate, and reassignments or calendar changes. In addition, on the site layout there, it's a maximum of 800 residential units. One thing I did want to note back was that for the greenway, in addition, the project shall convey to the town a greenway easement over the property to facilitate a future pedestrian connection to this planned branch greenway corridor. For the affordable housing for this project, Their commitment shall apply to apartments in the multifamily district, but shall not apply to the small-scale multifamily units. So a minimum of 5% for the total residential apartment units, for a minimum affordability period of 10 years, starting from the date of issuance of the first residential certificate of occupancy. So given the voluntary nature of the adopted policy, housing staff has recommended some options to facilitate greater flexibility in the applicant's affordable housing proposal for the multifamily. And that's on page 22 of your staff report. So two of the options that they stated was 5% of the final unit count is affordable, 80% AMI for 20 years from CO. And the other option was 10% of the final unit count, a mixture of 60% AMI and 80% AMI for 10 years from CO. So either one of those recommendations from the housing staff provided would qualify the applicant to request incentives based on the adopted policy. Okay, so the transportation improvements, here's the Tingen Road section. There in the PUD plan, it does include language for some flexibility, working on the design. And in the yellow box, we're showing a full movement. In this location, here's the roundabout for full movement, and then 3 right-in, right-out locations on this concept plan. So here's Drumlin Drive and Ticehurst. So the proposed project included a traffic impact analysis, which is attached to the staff report, and staff is aware of a potential school site south of the PUD on Tingen Road, but it has not yet been submitted or approved. Therefore, it has not been included as a background development in the Seymour TIA. The proposed 2-lane divided typical section for Tingen Road was based on 2050 volume projections in the Triangle Regional Model, accounting for long-range future development. So all proposed driveway access and improvements on the state-maintained roadways will have to go through both Apex and NCDOT review and approval. So, it would construct the major collector street with marked and signed bike lanes from Tingen Road to the eastern boundary. And let's see, developer share will be 18% of the total estimated cost to design and install the Perry Road signal. Now I wanted to point out in the northwest section, here's Padstone and Ragley Drive or lane. To construct internal streets, the proposal is to construct these internal streets that will connect to the street stub or stub streets, cross the stream, and connect to Apex Peakway and or Tingen Road. So these connections over that stream, they're going to require approval of one or more stream crossings from the Army Corps of Engineers and other government agencies. If the Army Corps does not permit the stream crossing necessary to extend that stub street, they may extend south onto the property to serve the project and terminate as a cul-de-sac north of the stream, in which case the new cul-de-sac shall not be required to meet the UDO maximum cul-de-sac length regulations and shall not be in violation of any other UDO provision that requires cross access. And if that street connection doesn't happen, a pedestrian connection shall be constructed to link the two sides of the subdivision, and that's subject to approval of the town and any other governing bodies. But pedestrian and bicycle facilities, sidewalks will be provided on both sides of all streets within the PUD. Signalized pedestrian crosswalks at the intersection of Apex Peakway and Tingen Road. And then the developer shall extend the side path along the western boundary of Tingen Road, south of the project site, so down here, to the Grace Christian School property. And the project shall construct 2 public bus stops along Tingen Road, and those exact locations will be determined at the site plan or master subdivision plan. This condition was added after the planning board meeting by the applicant, and it's in your staff report. Construct this internal street and 5-foot sidewalk within this area right here, southeast section. And it would terminate at or before existing private stub street in Bradley Terrace, extending west from Annaberry Drive, in a manner that allows Bradley Terrace Homeowners Association to complete that cross-access connection if connectivity is desired in the future. So this is the revised proposed Peakway improvements. We revised these on January 22nd, and this is not included in the staff report. So the developer shall widen Apex Peakway through the intersection with Tingen Road westward to provide that ultimate 4-lane medium divided section along the project frontage with lane transitions. So this is where the property line is. And then with lane transitions eastbound and westbound as shown in attached Exhibit D, the Peakway section, subject to permitting requirements and right-of-way easement acquisition set forth. And so the Director of Transportation and Infrastructure may administratively approve modifications to dimensions and design elements of the Peakway section. In addition, developers shall construct the following improvements along Apex Peakway. So that ultimate section would go along here and then transition back. These next couple of slides, they include condition language referring to the Apex Peakway improvements that are not in the staff report. And so there are some staff recommendations for revised language, which is later on towards the end of the presentation. So just running through the traffic signal, permitting, right-of-way acquisition, and side path. This was added on January 22nd and not included in the staff report. This is the language that the applicant is providing. We also had staff revisions to this language. This is also not included in the staff report. Developer shall install high visibility mid-block crosswalk on Tingen Road between Baberton Drive and the project driveway on Tingen Road. So somewhere within this yellow area will be the high visibility mid-block crosswalk. And so that will be determined at master subdivision plan.
Why is that being added?
That was asked by me to facilitate access to the bus stop there. And if there is eventually a bus stop going the other direction, just facilitate the Bradley Terrace residents to be able to cross the street safely without having to go all the way down to the Peakway Tingen intersection, which would have added like a quarter mile.
And staff has no issue with the mid-block clock. Usually I
Well, the last part, right? Approval of DOT and town staff.
Does staff have an opinion on this condition they'd like to share? I've just heard you complain about mid-block crossings before and how they're dangerous and terrible, and so I'm just surprised to see this additional condition.
Yeah, they're not necessarily dangerous and terrible. It's just we can't put crosswalks everywhere someone wants to cross the street. I mean, we have to be judicious about our review, make sure they're safe, and we have to make a case to NCDOT as part of the design process. So we're certainly fine with the way the comments worded, because ultimately it's going to come back to staff and NCDOT to evaluate it to make sure that it's safe and protected and able to be installed.
Isn't the slight curve of the road a little problematic for mid-block crossing there?
And that's why the condition is also worded that way, is because if we end up with a geometric constraint where we feel that's unsafe, then ultimately it's not going to be able to be approved. That's correct.
I think people will cross there regardless, and I just want to maximize safety for them.
Can we do it further south though? Like if that's that street connection there?
You won't need it south because you got the signalized intersection. That's the safest. But if people are coming out of that and going north on Tingen while walking, trying to get the bus there, they're not going to go to, I don't think they're going to go to the intersection, cross, and then go back up, because it'll just take it'll take longer than they want, I believe.
To the Apex Peakway intersection?
Presumably, yeah, it's quarter mile
okay,
from the driveway to the Peakway and back up to the bus stop versus like 0.05 miles.
Right.
If they just can go somewhere and cross in that yellow part.
Yeah, arguably people will come out of that street that's penciled in there, right?
Yeah.
And then want to cross the street there.
But that'd be an unsignalized, although it is right and right out. I was trying to avoid an unsignalized intersection crosswalk because I think those are the least safe, personally. And maybe you can agree or not.
Correct. The safest location, as we've identified here, would be north of that, just north of that right in, right out, so it's not conflicting with any turning movements.
Yeah.
And it would have a protected median at that location, similar to the crosswalks we have. The crosswalk we have further north, and we're also in the planning or preparing to construct another one, if not already under construction, north of Sparta Lane, where we're removing the one at the intersection of Sparta Lane and constructing a new one, which will be the new designated crossing for Apex Elementary School.
Yeah, I thought the exact thing that we have already crossing Tingen up there would have been a great spot here. That's why I asked for this.
Okay.
And so planning board reviewed this January 8th and approved it 5-4 with recommendation that the applicant work with staff regarding the Apex Peakway ultimate section. And so planning staff recommends approval of rezoning Seymour mixed use PUD provided the applicant agrees to the following revised conditions. So these are the transportation improvements that we spoke about, and that's to remove the design cost shall be credited towards the fee in lieu. So remove that from that sentence for that and then the transportation improvements, right-of-way easement acquisition, staff recommends the condition read as follows. And then transportation improvement, revising that Drumlin Drive condition. There was 2 alternates in it, and so from that language to the developer shall install an indirect street connection from Drumlin Drive to Tingen Road, requiring drivers to make 1 or more turns between Drumlin Drive, Stubbs Street, and Tingen Road. And also add the same condition for the connection at Ticehurst Lane to Tingen Road, requiring drivers make that turn as well. So the proposed 2045 land use map land classification includes for the northwest section complies with that medium density residential and medium high density residential classification. The southwest section does not change, that complies with that medium high density residential classification. So the southeast section complies with that medium high density residential and the office employment classification. So the high density residential was relocated from the northwest section, and most of the proposed uses within the new commercial services classification are already allowed in districts supported by the office employment classification. So in looking at the through the PUD non-residential uses, there are 3 uses: restaurant with a drive-through, but it does have that condition that it can't be standalone, it has to be multi-tenant building. Dry cleaners and bookstore that are not in the office employment classification. And then there's 2 with a percentage allowed for those uses, and that would be the use newsstand and retail sales general. So if revised, the reasonableness for this project, if revised conditions as proposed by staff are provided, the rezoning is reasonable in that the proposed pub plan includes that widening of Apex Peakway along the project frontage to the ultimate section, widening of Tingen Road along the project frontage with that roundabout, the bike lanes, 10-foot wide side path on the western side, and 5-foot on the eastern side. Greenway construction completed, accepted prior to 50% of the units west of Tingen Road being permitted. And if warranted by NCDOT, traffic signal will be provided Apex Peakway and Tingen Road. Also, permitted commercial uses are limited to those that are more compatible with surrounding proposed residential land use, and reduced building height and increased buffer opacity between apartments and the existing adjacent residential land use. And we did receive public comment, and these were written statements from these people received as of Friday, January 19th by 5 p.m. And with that, happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Ms. Cowles. Any questions for?
I had a question.
Go ahead.
Mine's a short one. Ms. Cowles, did Wake County Public Schools reach out to you to say whether the recently reported proposed removal of the cap on Apex Elementary how that would affect this report about current school capacity issues?
No.
We did not receive any communication after the school system made that change.
Okay.
And we did not, it was very recent, and we did not request an updated letter.
Okay.
Also, it hasn't officially happened yet.
Right.
Right.
I mean,
like that would be with this year's.
It'd be nice to know if the check was gone, though, if it does go through.
Check's already gone on the 5-year box, though.
But the current box might be gone, too, next year. Likely will be gone, I would say, but I don't know how that works. Okay.
Oh, and the applicant is here and has a short presentation.
Actually, I have a question. The extension of the road improvements along Apex Peakway basically takes the improvements all the way up to the Pathstone Peakway intersection. There's currently a existing unsignaled crosswalk there. Is there any improvements proposed for that crosswalk as part of this plan?
I'll have to refer back to Russell or Chris. So you're saying it's the
No,
east?
it's further west, like
Oh.
like
Padstone and
yeah, there,
Peakway.
right. So there's an existing crosswalk right there. Is there any signaling or high-vis type proposals as part of this plan?
So as part of this plan, the applicant could propose upgrades to that crosswalk, subject to staff approval, as we've done before. Currently at that crosswalk, it's got double-sided high visibility signs, and it's got the high visibility crosswalk striping. So at the minimum, they would be required to reinstall that with any kind of widening. The next step up from that would be something like a push-button rapid flash beacon system. We do have a methodology for evaluating that. So the volumes there may not meet the criteria in terms of pedestrian volumes, but there's a number of criteria we look at. If the developer wants to propose installing a rapid flash beacon system, subject to review at the time of development proposal, then the subdivision plans, then we could entertain that.
Yeah. So the issue with that particular intersection is that it might not be hugely trafficked, but you have the Apex Salem Village or the Salem Village Community Center right across the street. So there's a lot of kids that cross the road there to go to the pool because Salem Village is bifurcated by the Peakway.
And that's true. We've evaluated based on existing conditions, but conditions will change. So you're going to have, with the construction of the Peakway Bridge, you're going to have more traffic. With the development, you're going to have more traffic. And of course, with the roadway conditions changing, at that point, it could certainly warrant improvements. So we don't have an issue with that.
But you're saying that the staff or that the applicant needs to make that recommendation?
Or the town could install that subject to evaluation as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be a commitment of the zoning.
Can I ask you about the traffic sorry to interrupt, that was good. The traffic, there's been mention of, in a lot of emails about the school, the Grace Christian School. So let's say it wasn't included in the traffic analysis because it hadn't been proposed yet or hadn't been approved yet, but there was some baseline of future use. So let's say the order is this gets approved, then this will go into the baseline of the school's TIA, presumably, correct? And further improvements that the school may have to make with driveways or whatever else would be part of that analysis, right, or no?
Two issues with that. The first one being that the school traffic analysis, as I understand it, was scoped prior to approval of this development. So if they proceed with the memorandum of understanding per that previous scoping, they will not include this development traffic in their analysis.
Or the improvements.
Or the improvements.
Okay.
Correct. The second part of that is that per state law, NCDOT is responsible for recommendations on the state roads. Town's responsible for recommendations for improvements on municipal roads. So we can't necessarily require a school to do improvements in the same way that we can require a PUD to do improvements. So that's another thing to take into account whenever you're looking at traffic impact analysis for a school.
Okay. So, but if it didn't have the improvements or the traffic, then it was based on Tingen as it exists currently.
Correct.
And do we have that analysis? And were there improvements that they were supposed to make that are going to be made here, or?
We do not have that analysis yet.
But presumably it would require even more improvements than maybe it would if this was included.
And we can't require them to do anything anyway.
Except on state roads.
No, that's it on town roads. Neither. Like on state roads, they go to NCDOT, and
right,
NCDOT
and they
will
decide.
And NCDOT will decide whether required or not. On our roads, we would decide, and in both cases, we would pay for it, not them.
Both cases.
Is there an opportunity to rescope their TIA if this gets approved tonight?
We will revisit that issue and see what we can do.
But the internal driveway, which is probably the biggest traffic issue at that school, will be part of the deal, either if this is passed or not.
Probably getting out of scope of this rezoning here. Ain't talking about their driveway though.
Correct. I mean, I can answer that really quickly. Is that schools follow what's called MSTA guidelines. There's a traffic calculator that NCDOT uses, and they are required to accommodate their stacking on site. So some of the complaints we get, a lot of the complaints we get about schools are older school sites that were approved that were not required to accommodate that full stacking. And also over time, since older schools were approved, there's a lot, the carpools have increased. So that is constantly being updated as those things change. So primarily, yes, the TIA will address on-site. Where we run into issues with schools is potentially with off-site improvements that might need to be recommended, in which case, it might be a DOT responsibility, which they may or may not recommend, or it might fall on the town to potentially enter into a cost contribution for certain improvements that we may want to see that the school is not willing to provide.
Okay.
Any more questions for Russell?
I have a question. The Bradley Terrace stub. Let me talk about that one for a second. The way it's worded is weird. So does the Bradley Terrace stub not end at the edge of the property line?
It's a private road. So it does end, but it's a private road, which is unusual in Apex.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can speak to it, sorry.
Yes, it's older development. It's just private road, and then they have just I don't even think it has, no, probably doesn't even have a name to it. It's just like a little side connection that some of the people that live there maybe just parked there. So the proposal was, and maybe the applicant can speak to that, was just to stop it short. And then if the homeowner association for Bradley Terrace wanted to make that connection, then they would be able to do that. So it's just interconnectivity. Bradley Terrace just has one way in and out. It's an older section. So just give them an option to have another way at, or just walk to any like commercial services that would appear there.
This was my ask also. I had a lot to ask. And it's the thought that in the future, the HOA or the town or a combination of the two will desire that connection to happen. And to facilitate that future desire that I predict will happen, that's why I asked for that kind of connectivity accommodation.
I'm just curious how big that gap is.
There's a stream.
They can maybe say.
Is there a stream crossing? No,
Are we
it's
talking
on the other
50
side.
feet, or are we talking 10 feet? Okay.
Is there any reason why we're not connecting Enterbury to the major collector street? So we're connecting Shackleton, but not Enterbury Drive.
Oh, that is, it's just you mean along here,
Right.
Enterbury? It's cul-de-sac right there.
That's what it is right now, right?
Yeah.
And so, kind of if connectivities are objects right here, then that's another option there. Is there any reason why we're excluding it from the proposed street updates?
I'm trying to get to the, oh, it doesn't show it, but yeah, it's a cul-de-sac right there, so it was never a stub street connection.
Okay.
No, we're good. No, sir. No, not at this time. Thank you.
I didn't ask for that because it was a cul-de-sac.
Okay.
And I thought the stub was a more likely.
I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I just.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Collins? Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street. Here this evening on behalf of the developer, Barnett Properties. And also with me this evening are Hall Barnett with Barnett, Alan Manis with Barnett, Jeff Roach with Peak Engineering, our civil engineer, and Lyle Overcash with Kimley Horn, our traffic engineer. And I said this at planning board, but one thing that's unique about the development team here is they are all or the majority are Apex residents and have been involved in Apex for years. Barnett has developed in Apex for years. They developed the Publix Point Shopping Center and actually still own that site. And then Alan actually lives downtown about a block from here. And Jeff Roach obviously has operated Peak Engineering in Apex for a long time. So they do have a vested interest in seeing the project succeed and doing something that's going to work for everyone, even if everyone's not happy for it. And so thanks to June for the presentation. As you've seen from the presentations, this case has a lot of information. It's had around 8 months of staff review, a year of planning on our side. And so I appreciate you all bearing with me and sort of listening to everything we have to say. I'll try not to rehash everything June said, but to supplement her information where I can to hopefully give you everything you need to make an informed decision. And the only thing I'll say on this slide is there's been a lot of conversation about Grace Christian. We have been in contact with them for several months now. Alan speaks with them regularly, and they do support the case. There are a lot of efficiencies there for sewer, for transportation improvements that Grace really needs to succeed. And so we're hopeful that we can help with the overall development in this area, including the development of the Grace Christian site. So this slide shows our land use map designations. I think June did a great job going through each one. When I initially read these, I said, well, what does that mean? There's a lot of medium density, high density, medium density, high density, but they each have different density recommendations and housing types. And so together, though, these designations recommend a mix of housing types at different densities across the site. And so sort of acknowledging the importance of the land use map and how the town residents, developers rely on it to bring predictability to the process, we sort of worked backwards from this to design our concept plan. And so where that led us was with this plan after, again, 6 to 8 months of review and numerous changes. And so what we've done is use the land use map to design each of these districts. So each district has its own design and development standards, density limitations that are in the PUD text. And those have been chosen carefully with understanding of what's around and where things can go. And as June mentioned, we are proposing 2 minor changes to the land use map. The first is the location of the multifamily district. The land use map showed the multifamily district in the northern section of the Peakway Tenjin Road intersection here. And really the challenge was that the land use map didn't contemplate the 2 streams that cross our property. And so when you look at the size of those streams, you can see that the developable area left at that intersection is really minimal. And so when we were working on the plans, we said, well, where else can we locate that multifamily district? We looked south of the Peakway. The west side of Tenjin Road didn't really work. The site there is narrow. We didn't want to place a 3-story apartment building directly adjacent to Salem Village. We didn't think that would be an appropriate density transition. So then we moved the focus to the other side of Tenjin Road on the east side. And really the best area for apartments, because of the sort of rectangular makeup of the site here, was the best location. And so what we did was place the multifamily there. We have worked to buffer it. We have a 30-foot, I believe type A buffer adjacent to Iron Gate. And then we've tried to push the building as far north as we can in our sort of preliminary drawings. And so a lot of thought has gone into where these different housing types are located. And then another change that we're discussing is the commercial district. So, obviously the entire east side of Tenjin Road there has that light blue striping over it, which is an office employment designation. The office market obviously is not what it once was. And so we wanted to sort of pay homage to the non-residential designation on the land use map in a way that could sort of serve the neighborhood. So what we're looking at in that red district is really neighborhood serving commercial uses like neighborhood retail, restaurants, coffee shops, something that the community can use and visit frequently. And so one of the recent changes was to add a condition that there will be at least 2 uses there. We didn't want it to be just a single office building or a single vet, but something that really can attract people and be more vibrant than that type of use. And then this slide shows the land use map recommendations on the left side, and then our overall plan densities on the right side. And what you'll see is that we're really proposing quite a bit less density than what the land use map recommends, particularly the west side of Tenjin Road adjacent to Salem Village. The land use map would recommend up to 14 units an acre. And we've limited that area to 8 units an acre, which is significantly less and will hopefully help with the transition there. I think June mentioned that the land use map considers 7 units an acre as medium density. So we're right around that medium density mark. And then it obviously transitions to more density on the other side of Tenjin Road. And again, part of the thinking with putting the multifamily there was also that the site directly to the east is undeveloped. And that site is shown as light industrial office employment on the land use map. And so it's really our only property line where there's not existing development on the other side. So we thought it was appropriate there. And then a huge part of this case has been infrastructure improvements. We've heard from neighbors, we've heard from staff that the current conditions out there on Tenjin Road, on the Peakway, are a problem now. They're not a problem 5 years from now, 10 years from now. There are issues with pedestrians walking along Tenjin Road and the Peakway. And what we've tried to do is to do something about it through this case. And so I've sort of grouped these improvements with different colors here because I think it's important to remember where each commitment came from in the discussion about Grace and the TIA. The TIA phasing is important and the timing of TIAs, but a lot of our road improvements are because of zoning commitments or the transportation plan. And so those are both things that are not impacted by the timing of Grace's TIA. So, just thinking about whether, if Grace Christian were to develop without this case, they're not going to be required to improve Tingen Road or the Peakway because they don't have frontage on those streets. So the idea is to put in all of this infrastructure sooner rather than later to allow it to be there when this area develops, instead of sort of a lagging infrastructure improvements that happen over several years. And another thing to think about here is, who pays for the infrastructure? I know there have been a lot of comments about we don't have the infrastructure now, we need it, and so we need to pause this project. I think it's the opposite. I think because we need the infrastructure, this is a way for the town to get the infrastructure it needs, really with the cost to the developer. I know Hall might not like me saying that, but it's an opportunity for the town to get those improvements, and then all of that money that the town would otherwise have to raise or spend to make these improvements could be used in other areas, things that are more fruitful, and things that the town feels are necessary. So the language in red are improvements made because of the transportation plan or zoning commitments. In blue are TIA recommendations. And then in green, I have the pedestrian improvements. As Shannon went through in great detail, the overall case has also been focused on pedestrian connectivity. We looked at Tingen Road. We spent a lot of time on that section to try to design something that you, Councilmember Mahaffey, referred to as it could be something as an example for other projects, to design a road that moves traffic, but also it's safe for pedestrians. And so we furthered that commitment by adding off-site pedestrian connections. So we have a commitment that will extend the side path south of the site all the way to the boundary of the Grace Christian School property. And that will require going over a couple properties to the south, but we think we can acquire that right away, and have written it that way in the condition. And then similarly on Apex Peakway, we're also proposing a connection there to get from the property line to Padstone and cross the culvert there. So that'll also close that pedestrian connection. We also will have a stub here along the major collector that's shown in red that will go to the Bradley Terrace property line that'll allow the future greenway to connect there. So we're closing a lot of gaps here, and hopefully trying to solve some of the issues that neighbors are having and residents are having out there now with pedestrian safety. And then obviously the first item on the slide is the Peakway improvements. I know when we initially went to planning board with this case, that was the sole recommendation for denial from staff, was that we hadn't agreed to those improvements. And really that took some hard conversations over the last several weeks about how we would cross the culvert, what that looks like, and how we could do that with staff. And so the new language commits to building the full section across the culvert. And we've talked to staff about staff being in the room when we apply for those permits from the Army Corps. So we want it to be a collaborative effort where we pursue the permits and make the improvements while working with staff. As June mentioned, we have several changes since the planning board meeting that we're proposing. The first, obviously, is to widen the Peakway, which I just went through. The second is the public art commitment. We thought that would be a nice addition there at the non-residential district near the roundabout. We don't know exactly where it will go, but we'll work with staff on the final location. The third, as I mentioned, the non-residential district will have at least 2 uses. The fourth is the green building certification. We were trying to do something towards the EAB's recommendation for green infrastructure. The fifth is that the developer shall either design drumline as an indirect connection or install traffic calming. We actually, this afternoon, after reading staff's recommended changes, we're comfortable with all three of the language changes that they recommended. So that one will actually change to remove the traffic calming measures and apply that condition to Ticehurst as well. So it'll be an indirect connection from Drumlin and an indirect connection from Ticehurst to hopefully reduce speeds and avoid cut-throughs there. And then item 6 is obviously the high visibility crosswalk that we just discussed. So overall, as I mentioned, the biggest benefit, the biggest public benefit in this case is the infrastructure improvements. The value of those improvements is sort of a moving target, but we know it's at least several $million. And those are commitments of the case, and the site cannot be developed without those improvements, and will help sort of expedite those as this area develops. I didn't mention this before, but we do have 20 affordable housing units in the apartment section. The widening of Apex Peakway, the off-site path connections, we've limited heights and scale to try to provide a transition. The 30-foot buffer, the townhome prohibition, and then finally the Parks and Rec fee. So, obviously every case pays a Parks and Rec fee, but on top of the trail connections, the road improvements, and the separated paths will also be paying that fee that can be used in furtherance of other recreational opportunities in town. And so we've spent a lot of time to get here. I know it hasn't been easy, and we appreciate staff working with us to get here, and respectfully request your approval. Thanks.
Any questions for Mr. Carpenter?
I do have one question, and I know you spoke very early on about the that with regard to the roadway and other infrastructure improvements, that your desire was to try to address those concerns earlier rather than later. So in terms of timing, can you give me some clarity in terms of timing? Are we going to have houses built before these roads are in a shape to be able to accept the traffic, or
no? So this is obviously, because of the size of it, it's a multi-phase project. So different phases may come at different times. We don't, I can let Alan add to that if he wants to, but we don't have a set phasing schedule yet. But the infrastructure, as I understand it, will be required for each phase, before the COs are issued for the home. So I think, for example, if the northern section came in first, we'd be required to construct the Peakway improvements, while we're getting, we would design those, and they would be reviewed concurrently with the subdivision section for that portion, and then installed.
Thank you.
Yep.
You spoke about, very briefly, you mentioned sewer conditions. So from the staff report, kind of the western side of the property naturally drains into, basically existing gravity sewer in Salem Village. The eastern side of the property does not. And so, from the earlier meetings, that side of the property is going to depend on the Big Branch 2 pipeline.
Right.
Okay. So I just want to make it very clear. So unless Big Branch is in the ground, right, that eastern portion of the property will not get developed. Is that a true statement?
Correct. Yep. And I think this property goes beyond that to offer a contribution towards the ultimate solution here, because all the properties here, the Perry Road site to the east of us, they all are going to have this issue, and so I think it offers the opportunity to make that connection and potentially take other existing pump stations offline in this area to help the overall sewer solution. So yes, there's no, as we understand it, there's no connecting the east side to the Salem Village pump station.
I just want to make sure that, we don't find ourselves having a conversation about a variance, 6 months from now, right? Where, if for whatever reason, Big Branch 2 doesn't align with your schedule, we're now asking a variance to, still develop that site, but
I think a variance for sewer would be very difficult. I would guess.
So I just want to make it very explicit up front that that eastern portion will not develop without the Big Branch 2 sewer capacity.
And I think you bring up a good point, because this point was brought up a lot by the emails we got, is that we typically don't adjudicate sewer capacity as part of a zoning issue. There's existing rules, development rules in place for how sewer is acquired. And the rules are not 5 laymen decide that we have or don't have capacity. We have professionals who track to the gallon how much capacity we have. And that's how we decide who gets capacity. It's not, typically not, I mean, I guess it could be a zoning issue, but I don't recall it ever being a zoning issue here for us to decide if we have capacity or not. Same thing for stormwater. That doesn't come up, but we got comments around stormwater. We have a law that says the stormwater on a property can't be made worse by development.
Right, and we'll have to show both of those things at subdivision plan.
So for those people who are concerned about stormwater and are asking us to do something, we passed a law that says that you can't make it worse. We can't do anything more than pass a law that says you can't make it better. Like, we've done the maximum that can be done. There is a law that says you cannot make stormwater condition worse.
And there's 25-year storm too, I think.
That's right.
Read. So it's above and beyond, not just 10-year storm. That was the EAB recommendation, right?
Okay, so it might make the stormwater condition better for at least 25 years.
It will accommodate heavier rainfalls, I guess.
Because the site now is just a natural condition, sort of, in certain sections, so.
Other questions for Mr. Carpenter?
So you also mentioned the density transition. You mentioned the 30-foot type A buffer along the Iron Gate community, which I appreciate. The other buffers that are separating your property from the Salem Village neighborhood and Enterbury currently are on the plan as 15-foot type B buffers, which effectively means that if there's existing natural vegetation, we're going to disturb that. I'd like to ask for a minimum 30-foot type A buffer, basically leave all natural vegetation in place rather than, removing and then, replanting at type B spec.
Right, so I think there are 2 questions there. So in terms of the buffer width, what we do when we look at what the buffer should be is the sort of neighboring uses and intensities. Obviously at the south of the site, we have multifamily, which is, much larger scale and intensity than townhomes, directly adjacent to a much older subdivision. And so that's how we arrived at the wider, thicker buffer there. Whereas on the west side of Tingen Road, we'll have townhomes adjacent to, relatively new single-family homes in Salem Village. And I think that's a much more compatible size and scale than apartments next to Iron Gate. So that's the justification for how we got to the width. In terms of the planting type, I believe the reason we chose type B, and Jeff can respond if he wants to, but is because type A requires stricter plantings. And so we have to remove more existing vegetation with a type A planting standard because there are more plantings required. Whereas with B, we can, more easily juggle leaving existing vegetation where it's there. I know there are existing trees along this property line here, and the goal is to leave those there. And I think we typically do that at subdivision plan. Once we have a complete, survey of the area and know exactly what's going where.
Can I have a follow-up question here?
Yeah.
So what is the buffer from the Salem Village side?
15-foot type B.
Okay, so not on your side, on Salem Village?
No, there's no buffer at all in Salem Village along this property line. And then there's some HOA common area that provides somewhat a buffer here, but there's also no buffer on those lots. So the Salem Village subdivision left no perimeter buffer at all. So that's something we're also trying to accommodate for. And we have really a narrow site in that location. And so it also makes each foot significant where, in some places it's very easy to say we can give a 30-foot buffer. We're really tight there with Tingen Road.
So then I guess I have a follow-up question for planning staff. Was there a specific reason why that was not required with Salem Village?
Salem Village was approved before there was a requirement to provide buffers between residential uses. That change was in 2015, 16.
And to be clear, it's 15 feet and then a single-family home, at least, for the ones fronting the stub streets. And
That's
then
essentially.
whatever else inside that, the townhomes, whatever it is, or more single-family homes. But it's the buffer between the 65-foot single-family home and the current single-family homes, and then 15 feet between those two.
And the 65-foot is total, right?
Total.
So
From the
it's-
property
so
line.
15 plus 50.
50 for the single-family home that's going to be new and touching the
That's right.
current ones.
But if 50 front, yard or foot frontage for a single-family property is not a whole lot, right? And 15 feet is, from here, from here to there, right? So, I'd like to see 30-foot buffers, between the residential uses. I think that's a fair ask from the neighborhood. There is existing vegetation, save, the couple places that you just outlined, right? And so if there's no existing vegetation, then type A may not be practical, right? Or feasible, right? But where there is existing vegetation, I'm asking for that vegetation to basically be undisturbed as is.
Right.
And accommodate the 30 feet request.
Yep. Yeah. So I think we're 100% comfortable leaving the trees and vegetation that are there. I don't think we can change the width just because of the site constraints there with the narrow nature of the site.
So I had a couple requests too. My feelings are a little hurt because I hear that Brett got a bunch of stuff.
Did you already ask? Did you ask already?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did. So I just want to, I want to just ask you again. I know you responded to me in email and I sent you the email, but I'm going to ask you publicly.
No, that's okay.
To comment on the things that I asked you over email. First, I mean, we've talked about some, I'll skip those, but regarding the tree canopy, I asked for a commitment for full tree canopy replacement. And this seems like it's feasible on this site because there is a significant amount of cleared land.
Right.
So the total tree canopy cover here isn't the entire 80 acres. It's some subset. So why were you unable to commit to tree canopy replacement?
There's quite a bit of tree canopy on the eastern side of Tenjin and north of the Peakway. And so to be honest, I don't know that we have the data yet to make that commitment. So it wasn't that we knew 100% we couldn't do it. It was just, we didn't know how that would work, exactly how many replantings would be required. And then, where exactly they would be replanted. And I think, just based on the sort of early calculations, it seemed like a lot of trees. And so we were worried about making that commitment and then not being able to meet it.
Okay, next item, school capacity. The letter identified insufficient capacity for elementary, middle, and high school.
Right.
And then identified that the next 5 years, there'll be new construction will handle elementary and high school.
Right.
And that's because there are elementary schools under construction. There's a high school under construction.
Right.
We're good. We're not good with middle. I suggested a couple of mitigations, 55 plus community, changing the mix of 1-bedroom to 2-bedroom apartments.
Right.
Those conditions weren't included. Do you have any other comments on that?
Yeah, we did discuss the age restriction. Obviously an age restriction is in some ways at odds with providing additional housing supply in this area for different people with different incomes at different ages in different positions. And that was really the vision of the land use map here when you read the different districts and the housing types here. And so we didn't think that limiting it to 55 plus was really going to accomplish that goal. And we didn't want to place that limitation on the site. And then, a year from now, 2 years from now, there is a middle school solution and we're sort of stuck with 55 plus. So that was the thinking there. It was a difficult commitment to make because it also really changes the entire neighborhood and design. So
moving on, I was concerned about the setback distance. You have 3 foot for end-to-end townhomes and 5 foot for single family, which is pretty tight. It's something that we've seen in like Sweetwater.
Right.
3 foot. I'm concerned about that distance. Those narrow setbacks, and I asked you to increase them. That was not included. Do you have any other comments?
Yeah. Those are all minimums, and I think we were just looking for design flexibility there. Yeah. Jeff, I don't know if you want to add to that, but yeah. So they're not going to be 3 foot side setbacks on every house in here. It's not workable from a design standpoint. It's not workable from a marketing standpoint. But we keep those minimums low to help with site design. I mean, that's really the answer.
Okay. Affordable housing. staff asked for, or the housing staff asked for a slightly stronger condition. You're offering 5% of the apartment units, not 5% of the entire units.
Right.
I also would support a larger affordable housing contribution, perhaps 5% of the entire thing. Your presentation today, you declined to modify that. Do you have any other comments?
I do, yes. The affordable question, we went back and forth with staff on this. You know, as I mentioned, a lot of these units are going to be for sale units. And with for sale units, it's much more challenging to provide affordable housing because of how the for sale affordable price is calculated. So you have to back into the for sale affordable price with current interest rates that are changing. And then that price is set and is the most that you can charge for that home. And we have to record a restrictive covenant that then goes with the home. And recently, over the last couple months, I've heard from multiple builders that individual home buyers who are trying to get mortgages for homes with a deed restriction that is an affordable housing restriction, they're not getting those loans because the mortgage companies are concerned about the covenant being basically a cap on appreciation. And so, and then also with for sale affordable units, the prices are, you know, say a townhome here, the market price might be $600,000. Even at 135% AMI, the cap for that townhome would be around $300,000.
You could have done them all in the apartment units.
Say it again.
You could have, like, if you
right. And so that was staff's offer to account for that. The problem there is the apartment site by itself can't absorb that many affordable units in the pro forma without government financing. You know, and so that the site just isn't going to get built with 40, 45 affordable units. And then there's a phasing issue. You know, if you say 5% of the total site will be affordable units in the apartment portion, well, what if the apartment phase comes first and we don't know the final unit counts for the mixed residential and the single family? You know, then you're sort of sitting there guessing, and, you know, I don't want to get into what does this condition mean? And so that's the thinking there. The apartment site by itself can't absorb that many affordable units. And, you know, I know it's not a great answer, but it's sort of the reality here. And I mean, the focus of this project has been the transportation improvements. And I think every case can't check every box as much as we want it to. And I think here with the additional transportation improvements, it takes a lot of the money out of the project. So there's less to play with in terms of providing things like affordable housing.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Carpenter? All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
All right, let's open up the public hearing, and we'll start with Joseph Mayer Salmon.
Can we pass out the handouts real quick before we get started? Okay. Those, yeah. Okay. I guess just real quickly while you're getting those, I just want to give a shout out to staff for working with me, and I really appreciate their help, and I can tell that they're really good at their jobs, they're responsive, and they care about what they do. So thanks to them. All right, so I'm Joseph Mayer Salmon from 1971 Drumlin Drive, and I'm here to represent Drumlin Drive. And I'll go next page with you just to help you follow along. So that's next page. I'm requesting your help with a zoning condition. I know staff cannot support this on principle, but I'm asking your help, and I'm entrusting you to consider what I'm about to share and not connecting Drumlin Drive to the new development with a road, and instead connect with a sidewalk or a greenway. So we're going to look through it real quick about how it's not essential. We're going to take a look at it, and then last but not least, safety. All right, next page. So the vehicular connection is, I believe, not required, not essential, because the two nearest stub streets you can see on the map with the red arrows will connect. So there's lots of connectivity in this area. I actually looked to try to find another place in Apex, and I asked staff about it as well, and I could not find another place with three this close that connect. All right, next page. In addition, there are no markings or signs on Drumlin Drive that it is a stub street like the other two stub streets or how a stub street should be marked. All right, next page. It has been built and utilized as a cul-de-sac for over a decade, so traffic flows around it in a circle. It's less than 600 feet long, like a cul-de-sac should be per the UDO, and it has a landscape center island. Vehicles go around it in a circle without backing up, including the trash truck. All right, next page. Drumlin Drive also has 150 feet of frontage with an HOA maintained open space. So today, kids of all ages, and I do mean all ages, I'll show you that shortly, congregate here to play. When Ticehurst Lane connects, this will become the only safe space remaining for those kids to play. All right, next page. So this is a picture of a regular day in October. You can see the lawn inflatables. This is before Halloween. And you can see I counted 16. There's really 17. There's somebody else behind the tree. My wife said I couldn't mark them because you can't see them. But they're out here playing in the street, having fun in the open space, actually playing 3 different games here. There's football, there's baseball, and there's volleyball back in the corner. All right, next page. I am going to skip that because it's actually been covered prior to me getting to my section. So I will skip it. I think the buffer piece here has kind of been covered as well. But the one other thing I'd like to ask about here is having 2-story units right along the buffer with Salem Village, and that's because the homes in Salem Village are of a similar size, and having a 3-story thing kind of right on the edge there would kind of be towering over the homes along the buffer, especially if the buffer is thin and not the 30-foot type A like requested here and asked about before. And I can see I'm out of time, so thank you.
Thank you. Bettina Dam.
My name is Bettina Dam. My address is 1628 Salem Village Drive. Good night, Mayor and City Council members. We demand to the town to review the Summer 23 CC 13 rezoning project and invalidate the planning board vote on January 8, 23 due to the conflict of official conduct. City councils and planning board members have a tunnel vision in Seymour rezoning project. The focus on Apex Speedway and TIA neglect crucial aspect present by the Apex citizens. We demand to review before motion are made to the vote. Complete and sound compact traffic impact report. There are no school capacity at any level. No middle school will be built in the next 5 years. Sewer lines, food lines, ecology preservation need to go and beyond the town guidelines. Our community has clear demands on this project. Medium density, no more than 400 units. 25% of these units are the residents age 55 and plus. No commercial areas. Preserve at least 30% of the trees. Real commitment for the developer. Build a park. 100 years stormwater management plan. Conduct a traffic study. Include all projects, Great Christian, Hobstone, Pedestone, and Peakway intersection along with bumpers and review traffic lights. Review the buffers in Salem Village. Only medium density will resolve most of the issues present today and save millions of dollars. Salem Village has 400 houses, and the land is bigger than the Seymour one. This will be comparable and fit with the Apex City guidelines. 100 of these units, 55 plus, will be increased the chance for our kids, not the developer kids, not the Seymour kids, our kids. Stay close and don't spend 1 hour on the bus. No commercial areas. That's come with a high density, 90% tree removal. To the Environment Zoning Board, we implore you to raise your standards and ensure developers cover at least 50% the green lights. You approve this project with only 20%. The developer agree only with 15 over 73 suggestions. Don't kill the trees in Apex. Our children deserve walking distance park. We refuse to risk casualties due to poor planning traffic. We demand the invalidate on the planning board meeting on January 8, 23, all past votes where members Alicia Bird have a conflict interest, her board to send email supporting the Seymour 23C13 proposal. We have documented all the issues. I have recording all in these meetings. If this approved today without the review, the city of Apex can be held legally, financially accountable for potential flooding, sewer problems, and casualty resulting for inadequate playing. City council members, you have the fiduciary responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight to speak. Dave Zonka.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With a name like Zonka, you're used to going last, okay? So I know I'm towards the end. I'm used to it. Appreciate the time. One of the things that I wanted to bring up that is a little bit off the radar screen, looking at all the presentations around this development, is the area of Tingen Road from Apex Peakway to Salem Street, crossing the railroad tracks, and James Street from, say, around Hughes Street to the Peakway. I moved to Apex in 2015, first home built. October 15th, we moved in Apex Manors, not Apex Village, Apex Manors, directly behind the elementary school. I can frame my future concerns based on today's state. Today, particularly around where there's been some conversations around Apex Elementary and what the future is and the traffic loads, I could tell you it's a mess there. It's a safety hazard and it's a congestion issue. Today, you can't make a turn off of James Street, crossing over Tingen, and see traffic coming both directions. It's a hope and a prayer. There are cars parked all along James Street, both sides, because there's not enough room to stage. There's barely enough room for a car to get through there, and you frequently have to cross over to the across the yellow line into the opposing lane to get around traffic. There are cars that are double parked on James Street, further down the traffic circle, with their lights and flashers blinking. Why? Because parents don't want to sit in that line for staging, so they park their cars on Mindley Street, Mindley Way, and on James Street, and they walk up, pick up their kids, and take them back to the car. There are times you cannot even access the neighborhood because the traffic circle is blocked, or there are so many cars on the street that you can't get through them. That's today's state. I think that there are opportunities to improve that in today's state until the development comes in place. I don't know what the future impact is going to be, when the Peakway is going to be extended over Salem Street, when Tingen will be closed at the railroad tracks, and what that's going to do to traffic patterns. It's going to be a lot of variables. What's the staging of the new development, and what are the number of people that are going to be coming into that area? When the Peakway is going to be completed, when streets are going to be closed, I have no idea how to project that traffic flow. But what I could tell you is, I think the problem is going to move from where it is today to everybody staging on James Street, which is not designed for people to be parking on both sides. I think that's something that we need to address today, but also keep in mind as we're doing the planning, what's the future going to be in that area that's, I think, is being overlooked.
Mrs. Zonka, if you could give your address for the record, please, sir.
I'm sorry, 1718 Mindley Way.
Okay, thank you so
Apex.
much for
Thank
speaking
you.
tonight. Thank you, sir. All right, Alan Menace, okay, good. Stephen Latour.
Mayor and council members, my name is Stephen Latour. I live at 1560 Ticehurst Lane, just to the west of the proposed Seymour development. I have several concerns that I believe require conditions be attached to this zoning change. I do object to the construction of through cuts on the current stubs. There are 3 stubs, all within 350 feet of each other. 2 of the stubs are within 150 feet of each other. Thus, the amount of traffic that's going to be generated in this small area could be quite high. I really don't think that the UDO should require connections in all cases. These are narrow streets. You can only have one lane of traffic moving if someone is parked on the side of the road, and there are sidewalks on only one side. Those kinds of streets should not be subject to stub connection. I do appreciate changing connections to indirect. That certainly will help, but I don't think that's a sufficient condition. I also believe the minimum distance of only 65 feet between townhomes and the single-family homes in Salem Village should be increased. I would suggest 200 feet. 65 feet is just a little more than one typical lot width in Salem Village. There's also a substantial grade level difference at the top of Ticehurst Lane between the Seymour property and Salem Village. It's about 15 to 18 feet higher, which increases the height of those townhomes relative to the homes in Salem Village. So I really think that minimum distance should be certainly much greater than 65 feet. The minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet is too small for the portions of Tract 3 bordering Salem Village. The developers have not considered consistency with Salem Village as built. I'm not asking that it, the minimum lot size be higher elsewhere, just close to Salem Village. I think the lots in that area in Salem Village are 8,000 to 10,500 square feet. So I think the minimum lot size bordering Salem Village there, maybe within 200 feet or so, should be 8,000 square feet. Those are my concerns, and I hope that you will consider them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Terry Ryan.
Thank you. Terry Ryan, 1781 Yateley Lane. I live in Salem Village. So I've been cycling for over 50 years, and I typically put on several thousand miles a year. Now, after Lori Cove was tragically hit and run up in Cary about 5 years ago, I've been concentrating basically off-road. And so I'm doing the ATT. They've got the push-button flashing yellow lights, and I'd say about 75% of the cars actually stop when that's activated. Now, it's not necessarily a huge issue. I mean, it is, but the cyclists are they're used to looking for vehicles. Now, the kids going across Apex Peakway to the swimming pool are not going to be used to that. So I would ask the council that as a condition of approving it, the developer install a push-button flashing stop lights at the intersection of Apex Peakway and Padstone, such that when they hit that, it's going to make the cars going down Apex Peakway stop. And I think that's for the kids' safety. That's number one. Number two is with Councilman Zegerman. I absolutely agree with him that the design of having 2 5-foot lanes and then a 10-foot elevated one, you're better off to get rid of the street level 5-foot lanes and make one 20-foot wide bidirectional bike lane. And also, like the councilman, I've cycled in Europe and they're far advanced, and that's the way to go. So I'm just saying it doesn't cost any more, and it's going to be a whole lot more effective, because as a cyclist, if I'm going down Tingen, I'm certainly not going to take the bike lane that's on street level if there's a bike path that's available. Number three, and that is with the 2 lanes bridge going over US 1. That is a recipe for disaster, because you've got 3 lanes on both ways, and you've got cyclists and you've got pedestrians, and when they all meet there at the bridge, it's a recipe for disaster, and unfortunately the cyclists and the pedestrians will lose. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kyle Corley.
Thank you. Kyle Corey. I live at 333 Interberry Drive. in Apex. So I guess before voting, the real thing consider is we keep hearing about the infrastructure. To be honest, I mean, our schools are already capped. So if you build all these multi-family single-family homes, there's where you're going to put them. I get a high school is going to be built in 5 years. Elementary school is going to be built in 5 years. But I mean, like someone mentioned, what about middle schools? I mean, my daughter is in 6th grade, 6th, 7th, 8th, and then she goes to high school. So what about the middle school people? There's just no infrastructure, to be honest. I mean, you got schools, you got traffic, you got, there's a new shopping thing built near Walmart. I think one store has been filled, and then you got employers wanting to need employees. So I get you need people, but yet, I just don't see the infrastructure. I mean, I've grown up in a small town. I'm from Alabama, from Homewood, which is right outside Birmingham. Small town, I get you got to grow. But to grow successfully, you need to have a stable infrastructure in place. And I just don't see that right now in Apex. And I think we need to look at the infrastructure first, get that in place, and then we can add this new development and all this all these homes. The townhomes are right up next to each other. You have no yards or anything like that. We're living pretty much on top of each other. That's like New York. I mean, all Northeast, they live on top of each other. That's just a recipe for disaster with public health. And I mean, COVID showed the nation that. And to go back to the question earlier, I believe that there's only one way in and out of Antibury Drive. There's a pond, there's a roundabout, cul-de-sac. So that needs to be, if we were going to install that, having a second exit off Antibury needs to be discussed. Pretty much it. Yeah, I think that's everything. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming out and speak. Jean Radke.
Good evening, Mayor Gilbert and members of Town Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jean Radke. I live in Bradley Terrace, 340 Anterbury Drive. I just had to present tonight my objections to the Seymour PUD. Besides the congestion, the noise, the additional, all the development, the destruction of the property, the woods and stuff like that, the biggest concern to me is the traffic. I think it's going to be it's just going to cause traffic misery. With 800 units expected, that's a conservative estimate, might be 1,600 more cars right in that area along those local streets. Then there's the congestion down Tingen at Apex Elementary School. In the other direction, they're going to build Grace Christian School, as I understand it, that accommodates 1,200 students, and they do not offer bus service. So that's how many more hundreds and hundreds of vehicles traveling these roads right in this local area. The only access into my community on Anterbury Drive is right off of the Peakway, about maybe 200 feet from Tingen. And I think if there's all this traffic and a stoplight put up at the corner at Tingen and Apex Peakway, we're gonna have a hard time getting in and out of our development. Because like I said, we're very close to that intersection. In addition to these traffic problems right in that local area, just down the Peakway, a little ways across from Walmart, was the new development with, I believe, 164 apartments. There's more traffic, more cars on these same few streets. At the busiest times of day, sometimes coming home on US 1 and trying to exit onto William Street at 95, some of the traffic is stopped out in the lanes on US 1 where it should be moving. They're at a standstill in the travel lanes because there's that many cars exiting there. So I would ask you to please make a prudent decision for the citizens of Apex and reject this proposal for the Seymour PUD. And a couple of my neighbors are with me tonight. They asked that I let you know that they would also, if this goes forward, appreciate at least the 30-foot buffers that you proposed. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Andre Powell.
I was here, I made a mistake. I'm from New York, it's my fault. I would like to say, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm going to beat it. The issue is traffic. The sexy part of their proposal is the infrastructure. The issue is you won't get the infrastructure up to fix the problem. It's horrendous. So leaving out of my home in Bradley Terrace, it's like I pick a way I'm going to go, which day of the week it is, because traffic is bad. If I have to go down into Apex, I have to drive around to beat the traffic because I can't pass Apex Elementary. It's not a fun game. It's kind of like being in New York, but there's no subway. So I say all that to say this. So what they're proposing sounds great if you can actually execute it. I don't know the company. I'm just being honest. A great plan without execution is a failure to me. The second thing I would be concerned about, my daughter is at NC State right now, so I don't have any kids in school. But you know where I wouldn't move to? A place that didn't have schools. If I had to do it all over again, and this is what we were doing to ourselves on purpose, not planning for the future of our children, I wouldn't move to Apex. One of the reasons we picked Apex was the proximity to Cary, where I used to work at. The schools are great, but when we start picking away the real choices on why people, buy homes, you become a less desirable place. And I'll end it with this. I have a friend that lives in Fuquay, and I went to see him from downtown Raleigh. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to get from downtown Raleigh to Fuquay. You know one of the biggest complaints is for Fuquay and Holly Springs? The traffic. And I think we're starting to duplicate the same problem here in Apex. As I'm picking on him, I'm like, dude, it took me an hour and 20 minutes to get here. I go back home, I'm like, dude, it just took me a long time to get back home in Apex because the traffic is swelling. Nobody's fault, but we can actually be more proactive and reduce that issue. The second concern is the schools. I would not gamble and move to a place that said, well, we'll see what happens in 5 years. Although my kids are grown, it's not the issue. I can think of other smaller, younger families would not consider that as being an option. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Thank you. All right, Ryan Sheely.
I don't have notes, really just showed up out of nowhere. But I am Ryan Sheely, live at 530 Old Mill Village Drive. I walked here, so there was no traffic. So I have some notes just out of randomness. We are talking about this new development, which is new and scary, I get it. But one thing that I kind of noticed was there was that crosswalk that I believe Brett wanted, and love it. But the idea of yellow flashing crossings, which was an option apparently, may not be sufficient. The traffic might be low enough to not even need it, but if it is ever something that's considered a hawk design is better, if you know what that is. It's basically you just push a button and it's like a red light out of nowhere. It's not a full traffic light, but it's just a red light. Going to the bikeability, the multi-use path is the side path. Someone mentioned that before. No one's gonna bike on that bike gutter. It's just a waste of space. But I can understand that if you want traffic calming and you can't get tree-lined streets, that is a way to make it look like there's going to be a bike there, so it slows you down, but it does allow for fire and police. So overall, it's not horrible. If you can't get an Amsterdam designed street, that's probably as good as you're going to get. I would like to see, of course, side path on both ends, but that's just me. I like biking. In fact, I sold my car when I moved to the Old Mill Village, and we just have one car. We're a one-car family. I bike everywhere. It's great. Not everyone is as privileged as me to have access to bike facilities, so I get it. The Tenjin Road looks great from the Peakway going south, but the Peakway going north could use some improvements. As far as all that traffic going to the elementary school, we gotta get rid of cars. I don't care what anyone says that ever speaks at this stand. We have too many cars in America. Amsterdam has 50% of their people having cars. I get it. They've been building like that way since the 70s, and they have crazy high gas prices, but there are better ways to do it here. And if you know what Strong Towns is an organization across America trying to fix the urban experiment, the suburban experiment, and then reduce the number of cars that we have and get more places like downtown Apex everywhere. Let's see, parking minimums. That's another thing. So Raleigh and Durham got rid of their parking minimums so that we can have more diverse developments. Just wondering when Apex and Cary is going to follow suit. Saw the recent plan of the S-Line development. Very excited about that. Just rambling here at this point, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shealy. Jeff Roach, you good? Okay, all right, very good. All right, that closes our public hearing for those who signed up to speak tonight. And so we'll close public hearing for this item. And we'll go back to public hearing 7. Or do you want to combine both of them? How would staff like to proceed with that?
We did the public hearing, I thought.
Right, we did for both, but do you want to vote?
We do need separate votes.
Separate votes?
Separate votes, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
All
sorry.
right, very well.
So can I ask a couple more questions? So I brought up the connection of Enterbury Drive to that east-west connector earlier, because there is only one way in and out of that neighborhood right now. The improvements on the Peakway as proposed, will they extend to Enterbury Drive? Like, because it is about 200 feet down the hill from the existing intersection with Tingen, Peakway and Tingen.
There was a figure, the drawing of it. Oh, okay.
Good evening, Laura Cash with Kimley Horn Associates. Yes, we extended the tapers past Anterbury to provide left turn lanes into Anterbury. If you could see here on this area here, that was.
Okay. Can you zoom in a little bit? For
it's a test.
All of us, at least me. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, how about that?
Setting the bar low. Setting the bar low.
I should sit down now. Yes, this is one request Chris had, going through some of the plans.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question. Just talking about item number 7, right?
That's correct. We're just talking about transportation plan amendment.
I will speak to one thing. I know that it is kind of tangential to this, but I do think that the concerns that have been brought to us about that traffic pattern in front of Salem, and on James Street in front of Apex Elementary, I think those are things that we probably need to get a little bit more further study on. So I would love it if staff could take a look at those concerns and see if there's something that we might be able to address in the future to deal with that. I know it's semi-tangential to item 7, but it's sort of kind of related. So I'd love to be able to see a little bit more study on that. With regard to item 7, I do think that these are transportation changes that we ultimately need to make. So I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve, Mayor Pro Tem Gray.
I'll second that.
Second, Killingsworth.
Just to clarify, separate votes, but should we, if we approve 7 and disapprove or vote down 8, does it make sense still? So should the order change, or should it be, I don't know.
I think you may want to discuss 8, and that's kind of how the planning board decided to handle it, is see where they were kind of leaning with 8 and then finalize their vote on 7, unless you want those transportation plan amendments with or without the rezoning.
Okay. Y'all good with that? Just discuss 8.
That's fine.
Okay.
But there was a motion, right?
There was
in a second.
In a second.
Motion is second.
You can withdraw it before the.
I'm actually okay voting personally.
What?
So I think it should happen anyway, regardless of the development. These changes.
Okay.
But I've also been waiting.
I prefer to discuss item 8.
Okay, sure.
first, and then just make 2 votes.
And
So
Okay, so I will withdraw the motion then, and then we'll just go ahead and make our discussion points then.
Okay.
yes.
So I do have a question for the, are we moving on to item 8?
Yes.
Okay, I got a question for the applicant, which is related to the building height of the new homes bordering existing communities. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there will be at least one single-family residence. I can't see you. There will be at least one single-family residence prior to the townhome development, and the single-family residence is limited to a 2-story building?
So practically, I think what will happen is we'll have a row of single-family homes. The condition doesn't allow townhomes within 65 feet of the property line. So theoretically, we could have open space and then townhomes. But, and we don't know 100% yet, but there will probably be a line of single-family homes, at least one, and it may be that that section has more single-family than that. It's going to be sort of market-driven. But yeah, so it's 65 feet from the property line, so there could be open space and then townhomes. The height limit on single-family is 3 stories, 45 feet, and it's the same limit for townhomes. So that would be the height limit as it's written now.
Okay. And, okay. Second question is related to the road stubs. And so fully appreciating, staff's perspective on, we got to build out these stubs, for interconnectivity. There's no real precedent of us not requiring these stubs unless there's like extremely special conditions. We haven't seen any potential site layouts, right? And so with these three stubs, especially in that Drummond, Ticehurst, Hawken or Hawks area, what does that mean to you, like from a development point of view? Does that if we were to remove one of those, in terms of the other connections that are planned, back to Tingen, right? Would that still work for you, or do you need all 3 to be connected?
Yep. So we're okay limiting one or more of those connections. We know that the UDO policy, we know the reason behind the UDO policy, and we know that the council historically has backed staff up in enforcing that policy. And so that's how we arrived at the condition that they would be indirect connections. It was a way to meet connectivity needs and policies of the town while hopefully calming traffic and preventing as many cut-throughs. But just for our project, we could remove one of those, and I think it would work.
Okay, thank you. And I want to ask you one more time about the 30-foot buffer.
Yeah.
So, given the transition, between the existing neighborhoods, in particular Salem Village and Iron Gate, and the arguably higher density development on this property, I would really like to see those 30-foot buffers between the existing residential properties and the new buildings.
Right. Again, I think right now we're going to stick with 15. I'd have to talk to Alan and Jeff to know what the 30-foot buffer would do, but because of how narrow the site is there.
Right, but you're also talking about like it could be 65 feet of open space. So if you have that option, can we have 30 feet of trees at least? Right, so it seems like we don't really have a clear plan for what this is going to look like, and in absence of such clear plan, I think now would be the time to make that commitment rather than, waiting.
Would you be looking for that for the entire property line, shared property line with Salem Village, or is the concern mostly in that northern section where we have home, the side of existing homes right up?
There are some sections along that property line where there's existing vegetation as part of the Salem Village HOA.
Right.
I'm not going to ask you to put another 30 feet on that. But where you're bordering existing established build-out property, I would ask for that 30 feet.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've got to stick with 15 for now, but I understand the concern, but I think, I know townhomes sometimes are talked about as this sort of scary thing, but they're residents living there just like folks in single-family homes. So I don't think they're all that more intense, especially with the 15-foot buffer and then the 65 feet. So I think we're going to stick with that for now.
Okay. Can I ask for Mr. Johnson? I got a question for you. Just traffic impact. I know you've been doing this for quite some time.
If it's traffic numbers, I may still have to go back to Russell.
Just curious, I'm just trying to compare this, what we have in front of us, to anything that you've ever worked on with regard to the school location, Apex Elementary, then, what's coming with Grace Christian, and then the bridge and all that. Can you compare that and how that worked out as far as implementation, as was brought up with execution, rather, with something to this magnitude?
There are a lot of developments. Wake County growth is, as everybody knows, is really strong, and school construction always seems to be lagging behind development. I don't know if I can give you a comparison directly to another PUD that I've seen with this specific situation, but I feel that yes, I can understand the middle school not having one coming up soon could be concerning, but I assume that Wake County schools will find a way to make it happen.
I think the Depot 499 near where I live is similarly dense, and there are 2 schools very close by. I'm not sure how that's it, if you're happy with that one or not, the implementation of it. It's still being built, so, but that's I would say that's comparable for what it's worth.
Thank you.
So, it's 11:20 at night. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to support the project for 2 reasons primarily. 1, I didn't get my trees. And 2, I suggested several mitigations for the school issue that weren't agreed to. And I guess 3, I had several other conditions which were less important, but maybe if, there's a larger affordable housing condition, I could have swallowed not getting the other stuff. So for that reason, I'm not going to support it. But I want to be clear on why things that I'm not supporting it for. The density here has been a major issue of contention. And I want to be clear that the land use map here calls for up to 1,000 homes. And it's been that way for a decade. And if this gets turned down tonight, and it might, you very well could see a development that has 1,000 homes come there. And also, this developer made an effort to move a lot of the density to the east side of Tingen, away from Salem Village. So if that development comes by with 1,000 homes, you may see the apartment next to Salem Village or next to over there. It's got to go somewhere. But this area, as the connection between Salem and Tingen, has been marked for a very long time on our land use map as an area for residential development. Regarding the schools, I want to be clear to the residents of Salem Village, should this be approved, when Wake County caps schools, they do that to protect existing residents. Everyone who is there today goes to where they're going. Your kid isn't going to have to get on a bus and go somewhere else. It'll be these kids who come here. That's the way it works. I heard some comments earlier that are maybe confusing that point. The policies in place and the capping that's affects new residents moving in to protect existing residents, done because of people who get very upset when new development happens and bushes come around. It's bad. So that being said, for middle school here, Apex Middle is, I guess, nearly full. Lufkin is not. So that's probably what's going to happen. Is these area Seymour would go to Lufkin. I don't know what the long-term plan is. I also heard some comments about some fungibility. They were concerned about the 5-year plan. That 5-year projections are solid. Those schools are under construction today. You can go look at them. The high school's under construction today. There's multiple elementary school sites that are under construction today. It's not a pie in the sky thing they're moving dirt for them. It's going to happen. There's other land banked that Wake County has that is not on the 5-year horizon, which is probably going to be middle school, but it's banked land that they haven't committed one way or the other. That's pie in the sky stuff. There's elementary and high school schools under construction today that'll serve this area. What else? Apex Elementary carpool, it's a disaster. Every school is a disaster. Every elementary school's carpool is a disaster. It's a disaster before this change. It'll be a disaster after this change. Don't go by an elementary school for the 20 minutes in the morning and the 20 minutes in the afternoon. My kids went to Apex Elementary. I know what it's like. It's bad. I had a kid go to a different elementary school. It's also bad there. I live near 2 more elementary schools. It's bad there. There's nothing you can do for infrastructure to fix it unless you make them require another 100 acres of stacking. Like, it just sucks. There's no way around it. So I wanted to make that comment, and I'll be quiet so we can go home at some point.
All right, I've been fretting over this one. So as a Salem Village resident myself, you know, I fully empathize with some of the you know, reasons, you know, for not liking this development, and so, but you know, I have to separate myself from that as a council member, right? Because my interest here is not, you know, my own neighborhood; it's the whole of Apex. I really wish I would have gotten my 30 feet of trees, you know, tonight. I really was hoping I would get at least that, and so it kind of put me back in you know, the toss-up state. What I do really like, and what I think everybody needs to understand, is if this gets turned down tonight, not only whatever future development may get proposed may actually build up to the 1,061 houses that the current zoning or zoning designation calls for, right? So we may be 250 homes worse off than what is currently proposed. If we turn this down tonight, Grace Kirstian is still going to happen. That traffic is still going to hit this road. That traffic still has, you know, without these improvements on the Apex Peakway and Tingen intersection, right? Right now it's non-signaled. It will be signaled as part of this development. A good portion of the Tingen Road will be widened, including sidewalks and bicycle paths for people to reach that school. That will not exist unless, you know, we approve this here tonight, or it will exist on our collective taxpayer dime, right? Because at that point, the town needs to fund that infrastructure, and we're talking at least $7 million worth of infrastructure here. So I'm trying to look at it not so much from the perspective of what we are getting by doing this tonight, but what are we not getting if we don't do this tonight? I really want my 30 foot of trees, right? And so, I don't know, this is going to be a last minute decision on my part. You know, I'd like to hear from the rest of council, right? But I did want to put those things out here. Again, as a resident, I empathize, I understand, but as a council member, I'm not sure where I'm at right now.
And I think your points are illustrating, I think, the larger issue that is inherent when we have something like this. You know, this is a constant balancing act. We're balancing a number of factors, a number of issues, all to get to the resolution of a problem. And this is a problem, not a dilemma. A dilemma is when you have to choose between two bad choices. This is a problem, which is something that we can solve and ultimately put forth something that's going to help resolve the issue. And when I look at this entire process, you know, are there things that I wish I had? Yeah, I wish you came further with us on affordable housing. But I also fully recognize that if we leave this rezoning as is, we will get more people there. We will get less roadway to service that, and we're still going to have the bigger problem. And Mr. Powell was right when he said it's the traffic issue. Now, the traffic issue, as some would like to suggest, and I would love to be on board with the idea of reducing the number of cars, but that's a larger societal issue that we have to address. But I do think that when we look at this problem and we start looking at the issue of traffic and moving people around and being able to make sure that we have people in a safe spot as they're trying to get to schools or other things, looking at this from the perspective of the larger town of Apex, not simply from those who are the neighboring communities, this solves a lot of the bigger problems of transportation and traffic that we've got down the road. And it does so in a way that allows us to reallocate assets in order to deal with issues that currently may not be on the high priority list for the state, but we like bridges and we think that they're necessary, so it gives us the opportunity to have that additional flexibility. So as I'm looking at this, and I remember looking at the planning board and watching that, and I couldn't help but agree in a lot of respects with Ms. Sherman on the planning board, which is we shouldn't change and we shouldn't make wholesale changes to the land use map unless we can explain why this is better. And in this case, I'm looking at a change in the land use map that reduces the number of people. I'm looking at a change to the land use map that provides better transportation, better roads. I'm looking at a land use map that doesn't change some of the issues with regard to stub streets versus what's a cul-de-sac. And I completely understand and can appreciate the arguments that, hey, I'd like to keep this stub street that looks kind of like a cul-de-sac, a stub street. I totally understand that. And to the extent that, what I would love everybody out there to understand is that we have heard what you've had to say. We may not agree with the resolution, but we've heard, whether it's the emails that we've received, whether it's the phone calls, or I've learned the hard way, stop providing your phone number to people who live in and around town, because you will get text messages with photographs of things. But that's okay. Yeah. But that's okay, because that shows that you guys care, and it's more important that we understand and hear the concerns, because it's important for us to understand and to hear those concerns. We won't solve every problem today. We won't be able to solve the problem of school capacity. My kid goes to Lufkin. It's 2/3 full. And the only reason it's not completely full is because there's a fear of a year-round school. But guess what? Those are still great teachers. Those are still great programs. And I highly encourage people to think outside the box, just as we're going to do today. This is a creative solution for one of our biggest problems out in that area. So I have no concerns with supporting this, because it does give us a lot more than what we as an entire town would ultimately be giving up.
So, I sit here and I'm listening to, concern from people. We've heard you. We definitely have heard you. We've gotten your emails. We've listened to your concerns. So know that you have been heard, and we hear what you're saying. The number one problem in Apex that we hear about is transportation issues, traffic. And we cannot solve it alone. That's our problem. If we want to look at the big problem here, we need to be talking to our General Assembly at the state level, because they're the ones that created the constraints that have handcuffed us to this problem right now. And what I'm talking about are things like our schools. If we require improvements, transportation improvements with our schools, guess who has to pay for them? We do. We have to use your taxpayer dollars to fix those.
Including private schools.
Including private schools. So whatever we require, we have to do in that instance. If we talk about all the measure of transportation and the traffic impact on our community, we are not allowed to fully address it, because we cannot charge impact fees to address that. That's a state issue. That's not a town issue. but we are the ones who have to solve it. We are the ones who have that amount of financial impact that we have to pay for here. And the way that we've ended up solving it is by our handcuffed way of doing this, which is development by development manages the transportation within the development. And that's all we can do. That's all we can require. We've had some lovely developments that come in and say, we'd love to offer this to help because we know this is an issue. So we might improve this a little bit farther down the road, things like that, which is great. But you can see, you know, this is super irritating because this is what we have to, this is why we're behind, because of state laws. Stubs. The way that, if we don't do these stubs, it's going to kick us later on. The way that we handle transportation issues is to create as much connectivity as we possibly can everywhere that we can. The less connectivity that we create, the more traffic problems. We're creating bottlenecks. So longer waits, and people call us because they have to sit at stop signs for 10 minutes, 15 minutes before they can get out of their subdivision. So, you know, yes, this is not a perfect project, but it solves a lot of issues in this area that we need to address. The buffers, I would also like to see bigger buffers along that area. I wish Salem Village would have dedicated that buffer in the first place, and this wouldn't be an issue. But this is before our time. There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Affordable housing. You know, the condition is not a perfect condition, but I will say this. I say the same thing I've always said about affordable housing. I want built affordable housing, and they're providing that, and they're providing it at 80% of area median income, which is not something we see often. So I'm in support of this. I feel like it solves issues that are our biggest issues in this area. So,
thank you.
I'll chime in. We connect stub streets in Apex, and I hate the request not to. I despise it. So there's that. I wish it would never be asked again. Let's see. I guess the main, yeah.
Drop the mic after that.
Yeah, I just hate that. I'm sorry. I hate it. And we get it every time, and I hate it. So I guess what kind of bugs me is what I heard from the Salem Village folks in part was we would just wish you guys would just extend our neighborhood all the way to Tingen, basically. And what bugs me about that is the average home price in Salem Village in the last 6 months has been $775,000. And I think that puts everybody who works for the town of Apex and Wake County, I'm a household with 2 public employees, puts us out. It puts everybody out of reach to afford those houses. And townhomes, the Depot 499, they're going for $440, which is or $450. That's a lot, but it's not $775. The apartments naturally will be rentals, so I don't know how much they're going to cost, but per month. But they're going to be they're going to be achievable for public employees, which is great. And it wouldn't happen if they extended Salem Village further. I had a first part. I was just mad about the stub streets. Yeah, this area will be substantially more walkable, which is my main issue. The developer has added some stuff, I think, to make it even more walkable that I requested, which makes me happy. And the non-residential, the commercial, I know that some residents don't want that. I think it'll be more meaningful because of the multiple uses, and it will provide some neighborhood businesses that will require fewer car trips. I listen to every Strong Towns podcast there is, by the way, so Terry knows that. But so anyway, I think I'm hearing the numbers, so I'm going to make a motion to approve.
All right.
I'll second that.
Is that for which one?
Well, sorry, yeah. Look, I'll make a motion to approve hearing 8 first.
So that's the rezoning?
The rezoning, if that's the order people want, or both.
I think we need the
7 first.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve 7, public hearing 7.
All
Or
right,
the,
we have a
the,
motion to approve.
Yep.
Public hearing 7. Gant.
Second.
Second. Mayor Pro Tem Gray. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passed unanimously. Now we move to public hearing number 8.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve Gant.
I'll second that.
Second, Killingsworth. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries 3-2. Okay.
This is what they get when
Good job, everyone. Working that out.
I get rants.
I would say to head out, but Steve Adams been waiting
No.
6 hours.
No.
I feel like we can knock it out and just.
Yeah, hopefully. Everybody's hoping. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Is there a
Motion
motion to go?
Oh.
Motion to go into closed session.
All right, motion.
Do we do that, do
Second.
the town
We're not doing
manager
that.
updates? Okay.
Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're moving into closed session.
The town manager updates on this. It's just.
Yeah. right, meeting's adjourned. Thank you all.
There it is.
Loose.